Stacy, but that's something we can get them to come back on.
Wait a second, I'm trying to find the button on this one. I saw you can't.
reason that I believe we should do it. I believe we should do it because we want a better product. And asking the applicant or looking at the fact that they've already done the work, to me, is the main thing, right? So,
So reimbursing versus proactive, like reimbursing from the city.
correct.
Got it.
So $5,000 leverages $10,000 worth of improvements.
Yeah.
And they have to do
Mhm.
the $10,000 or more worth of
Yeah.
improvements to get the 5.
And remember, if there's, once again, if somebody purchases a piece of property, right, that it's in the historic district, they're gonna spend $300,000. It's very well possible they could qualify for other grants too that would help reimburse that. And if it is a commercial, remember, they get some tax advantages from doing that just because it's commercial versus residential.
I'm comfortable with the 5. I think 10,000 would be a good investment into a new business, and we give them back 5.
it's worth?
I was kind of wondering whether or not we had to have a different threshold for business versus residents, number one. But I'd also kind of like to hear what our historic preservation might have to say about any of this.
Oh, you're asking me.
I don't see Melinda, right?
Yeah, I don't,
The thing is that the way it stands right now is that it is 5 years per property owner. And most of our properties and they have to apply each year on time.
Mhm.
And they have to do it 5 consecutive years. And we had, I believe, 4 that either did not get it in, they filed this year, but they didn't file last year, so they're out of the program. Or they didn't get it to us in time by the filing date this year, so they're out of the program. So they do not get to come back
Okay.
for, like, if they had done it if they had done 1 year in 2023 and they were asking for it, they'd done 1 year in 2022, they didn't file in 23, they filed in 24. They don't ever get it again, ever.
So once you miss 1 year, you're out.
Once you miss 1 year, you're out.
What was your question, Richard? What were you looking for?
And so
I was,
that's what I don't know what you were,
well, I
because
wanted
you
to know
didn't really
I
ask.
wanted to know what your opinion was, number one.
Well,
But number two, I don't know, why would we want them to stay out? Why would we not
That's
want
the
them
way
to
it's-
come back?
Per Stan's statement, we had this problem with, I think on
we had a couple of them.
on Gray Street, we had this problem and Stan said, no, you're done. If you don't do it in consecutive years, you're finished. You're done.
finished.
You're done with the abatement.
And so
That's per Stan in
the
writing.
thing is, that's the way our ordinance is written also.
Yes.
And though I agree that, they need, because I will tell you, 2 years ago, 2022, I called the city of Granbury's HPO officer because I had a question myself, because I was like, we're giving the abatements. Do they have to do any work for it? You know, do they have to bring anything in? Because I had the same question in 2022. I know you want to move on, but I did the same thing. And they don't ask for, in 2022, they did not ask for any, they gave the abatements, okay? And they had limited time and all of that, just like us. They just gave it over there. So I had already called previously to find out some answers. I think there needs to be some changes. I think we all need to sit down and not make, I'm sure that some of you have other questions that need to go along with it. It's per owner right now. Troy did ask me if this one particular business had been owned by this person and now they put it into their LLC, and I advised them that those were 2 different folks, that the person had sold it and the previous owner had not taken their abatement, and it was They took it years ago and they held on to it and then they sold it over here. So he had asked me that back earlier in the year. But I think you just need to look at it. I mean, get some more numbers and he's got the right idea as far as trying to make that, because I was asking 2 years ago about could they prove up that they were doing
They have
anything if we gave them the money.
Look at you agreeing with Troy.
Well, I love the idea of having the work
He's
done
probably over there
first.
taking a relief. He's like, oh my gosh, I thought she was gonna get
I
me.
heard it. It's on record now.
But I'd already
Hades
tried to
has
follow
frozen
it.
over.
I love it, yeah.
But I
I do
think
love
we
the
need to think about it.
reimbursement, and
I mean, we
I
need to work
do
some
agree
hours.
with you, like, do you do a $5,000 cap for,
For a business and maybe
and
$3,000.
$2,500 for residential?
I think you need to.
I think do it and then we study it after 1 year and see how it went, see how many applicants.
Yeah.
But it needs to be done.
So
I think so.
Troy, my question is, Mayor, my question is, and I believe you said your grandfather, you got some folks that are like at their third year of not having, of doing it
Well,
under.
that would be grandfathered as well for the next 2 years.
I was
For
just
sure.
asking. I was just asking, so
Yeah.
we'll grandfather those few folks that are,
If they're on this list, they're the ones that are in the program, right?
well,
They may be on their last year though.
they might be on
Yeah,
their
yeah,
last
so,
year.
so those folks, as long as they're on this list and they've got time left,
Yeah.
they're protected under the current,
Okay,
current
that
standards.
is-
For sure.
Yeah,
Right, so one more clarity.
Thank
Or
you,
you
Mayor.
mentioned, okay, so right now the whole thing is you've got 5 years, but then you mentioned if a business or residence has come back and it's year 7 or 8, but they're still doing work, they're still making the improvements, and they apply for abatement. Are you gonna still cap them and say, no, you've been 5 years of getting abatements, you can't, or do you wanna say,
I would not favor capping it.
okay, from a year
Because-
standpoint,
Right.
so like $23,000 roof I can apply for.
wait, say this again, so, so
I
you're
would
saying,
not favor
Yeah,
Yeah, I
capping
think it's
it.
split these
so you're
two,
saying
right?
if I keep this property for 15 years,
But
If
every
you're-
year,
if I'm doing work on it
You're
every year,
gonna
then you're
need to
cool.
do work on it every
Hey,
year.
I know I am,
Yeah.
so,
And I mean, because theoretically, the work you do on it is going to keep the value
Yeah.
up, if not improve the value.
so I am more comfortable. At first I was like, I don't know that I want to lower it down to 50% because for most people, it's not that much money, but I'm much more comfortable in lowering it down to 50% if we say, well, keep on keeping on
Yeah.
and we'll keep on doing, then that makes that
I think we
more
need to
palatable.
bring a draft back.
Julie, you
because
got a
we had
quick-
lot of
quick
comment?
Conversation,
I
not a
do.
draft that we brought.
It's
Yeah,
just a
so.
clarity question. I apologize.
That's all right. Go ahead.
So you're talking about tax abatements of the property taxes that they pay to the city of London, correct?
Correct.
So you're also talking about only them, they still pay 50% of the property taxes they pay to the city of Glen Rose. And then the abatement is on the other 50% of the taxes that they pay. But you want to cap that at $5,000? How much taxes are these people paying to the city of Glen Rose?
Correct. So it may not be 5,000, it may be 300. We're just saying it can't exceed because we have some potential for some really large commercial property development to happen. And so in thinking about those, but to your point, most people, it's gonna be $361, $400.
But you guys are talking about, they have to present that they've done the improvements to the property, so like, Pam said, I can submit my $23,000 that I did for my roof, but if her property taxes aren't $62,000 to the city of Glen Rose, then, I mean, what is the incentive there?
So if
Aren't
you,
these people-
we're not gonna give you an abatement dollar for dollar of what you
No.
spent.
That isn't the idea.
Yeah.
So the idea, so I think what she's saying is, okay, I present you with a receipt for $23,000.
Mhm.
Let's say my city property tax bill is $6,000. So you guys can look at, she spent 23, she's gonna pay us 3, the other 3, we would be willing to give her back because she spent 23.
Correct, yes.
I think
That's
that's
it.
Limited to the improvement.
That's it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No, it does.
I'm not sure that it's enough money to make it worthwhile.
No.
We have to be, yeah, but, you know.
So you-
But-
so
but-
you're saying you're not gonna apply for it?
Yeah.
There's your answer.
There you
So,
go.
but let's
Yeah.
converse that 6,000 today that $6,000 tax payment today, that you're gonna get 3,000 back. In 5 years, your property value may not have increased that much more, but it will have increased more. But now we're gonna go beyond 5 years. So if you do it for 10 years or
No,
more,
look,
yeah, so it's in the
yes,
long
I'm
run,
still gonna do
yeah.
that. It's not a
Yeah.
lot of money on any one large expense.
correct.
But any money back
Okay,
is better than no
Yes.
money.
And it's money back and money back and money back.
So let's say that you're going to, you're gonna replace some, I don't know, shutters that are
Right,
incorrect.
I have a couple of
Right.
windows that need to be.
So
replaced.
it's $1,000.
Right,
And so you're like, well, they're not that bad. But if you know you're gonna get that $1,000.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, mine was a ridiculous amount
Yeah.
because it
Yeah.
isn't
That's the point.
But yeah, I
Yes.
mean, I have 3 windows I need to replace on the front of the building.
Yeah.
It's gonna cost me $3,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
now I can do that, sure.
Yeah.
I won't do it for, I mean, I don't have 3,000 right now, I just spent 23,000,
Yeah.
but if I know I can get the 3,000 back in property tax
Yeah.
on year 6 of owning,
Right.
So
I would
that's
do
the
it.
point,
Yeah.
right there.
So yeah, I like not limiting it to 5 years for sure.
So it would be, for business, it'd be $5,000 or the lesser of 50% of the city of Glen Rose property tax. And for business, residential would be $2,500 or the lesser of 50% of the city of Glen Rose property tax.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's
With no
it's
year
capped
limit.
at- with no sunset.
No
Mhm.
sunset.
But we're gonna grandfather in those.
Okay, let me ask one question. In this case,
These
why,
guys operate under the old rules.
yes, yeah,
And they have to continue to apply, that follow all the requisite
All the
rules.
same rules.
But I would say once their 5 years is over, they
sunset.
revert to the new one.
yeah,
Yeah,
They're
they
over there.
yes, the new
yes,
one.
yes.
So they still have
That's
the
right.
ability to.
At the end of the day, our goal is to have people that
Yes.
get property and fix property and don't tear property down.
No sunset, is that what I just heard?
Yeah.
No sunset. That's what they said.
That's important.
Yeah.
And Stacy,
That's
did you
important,
say
isn't
it
it? Perpetual.
to come back?
So
with
the
a
only
draft, or can we
change-
just go
yeah.
ahead and approve it?
Yeah,
Y'all can, we just. However y'all want to do it, I don't have it here prepared to go through it, but if y'all are comfortable with letting me take what you say and change it. The mayor's sign.
we have a meeting in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's right.
Get ready, we have a
No,
meeting in
no.
2 weeks.
We don't know if we do
Oh,
because of the tech dot meeting. So
Oh, that's right.
that meeting starts at what time?
on a Thursday.
That's on a
It's on
Thursday.
it, yeah.
No, it's not.
No, it's on a Tuesday, the 25th.
They scheduled
So it's
that.
Tuesday from 5 to 7.
Yep.
I'd rather be there.
5 to 7.
Yeah.
I mean, Thursday. But
I mean,
I
we're
don't.
used to getting here till 3 in the morning
anyway.
So-
you can give us the parameters.
The conversation
We
we've
can get
had.
Stan to write it up in those parameters.
So the conversation we've had, the only thing that changes is, just make sure I have, that changes from what we have now, is it's 50% instead of 100%. But it goes from 5 years to in perpetuity, for lack of a better term. And there was one more thing.
The
Oh, and they have
receipt.
to provide us the receipts in order to be
Yeah.
reimbursed. So yeah, that's the only 3 changes. And then we grandfather folks, and when their grandfather time is up, they move into the new system, so they're not kicked out unless they,
The
And
thing is-
business has a
Yeah.
cap at 5, residential 2,500.
okay.
Or 50% of the
Right.
city of Glen Rose property tax, whichever is less.
The way the
Yes.
ordinance reads now, it's per property owner,
Yeah.
it's not per property, and you're changing it to per property?
No.
property owner.
Yeah, leave it at property owner, right?
The only
If we
thing-
find people gaming it, then we,
Well, the problem is this, if you're doing it with no sunset, it's going out.
It doesn't matter.
right, right. Oh, yeah,
Doesn't
oh, yeah,
matter if
that's a
it's
good,
sunset.
yes,
I mean, it makes more
Good
sense to
catch.
ride with the property
yes.
rather
That's
than
what
the
I
owner.
was
Yeah.
Yes,
That, yeah, if it makes, that's it. If once you have no expiration date, there's no need to game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The only other thing I'm gonna say is if you guys want her to draft up and you guys review it again, you're not actually having to deal with this from a standpoint of submitting paperwork, it's all paperwork.
right. We got time.
So you got
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
Any action y'all wanna contemplate?
I mean, I'm agreeing with it. I just need you to write it.
I'd be more
Yeah.
comfortable with
Yeah.
the big changes in this, if y'all were to review it, make sure it does exactly what you want to before we adopt.
And should if anybody does try to come for any questions, we just say we're in the process of revamping this, so we're not accepting any applications now or whatever. In case anybody becomes an eager beaver.
Until
They
next
don't
year.
come till November anyway.
Okay, just make sure in case somebody's trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, all right, next item.
One more thing.
Hurry
We have
up.
the list.
Yeah.
You need to ratify the approved.
They don't have to.
We gotta take it to the appraisal district.
Yeah.
So we have to present it. I was told in past practice.
Right, we've done it in the past, yeah.
That's always what's been done. It's not what it says in the ordinance. It says go directly
Mhm.
from the commission straight over there.
Right.
So
I did
this
it.
would have been done a long
Yeah.
time ago.
Yeah.
Now, the fact is I need direction on how that's supposed to happen because it's not in the ordinance. That's all.
So let's add that to our list to clean up in our next meeting. And for now, let's just practice what we've done in the past, which is we receive the recommendation and then we choose whether we want to move forward with it.
Because it's tied to the money. It
Yeah.
has to come from council. It can't come from the commission. They don't have the authority to do that.
What were you saying, Stacy?
That's what I was trying to tell them.
Okay.
Okay,
It
I've already
doesn't
brought
say it, but the commission can't authorize to
Yeah.
give away. all
Right, and I brought it.
Yeah, and it's always come to us, so we can
Yeah,
just follow the standard practice and then we'll clean up our
We'll
ordinance
make
to
sure
align with that.
language
Yep.
is changed as well now.
Yeah, so it's,
all right, thank you, Larry.
are we approved on that
So-
so that we can move it?
We need to make a motion?
The total amount, if I did my math right, is $8,686.77 over 2, 4, 6, 8 properties. And you can see the rest that didn't happen.
So it's
Make the
ratified.
motion or?
Go ahead. I move to approve the recommendation from the Historic Preservation Commission to provide tax abatement to the listed properties.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
We were gonna wait.
5-0.
No.
Now, who's responsible to send it over there? My department?
Yeah,
Who
we
sends it? We'll
What was
send
the
it or
question?
you will?
Yes. who
Yeah,
is
you
it?
will.
Okay, we'll make
All
it
right,
done.
we're gonna move to item number 11. Discussion, consideration, possible action regarding appointments to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Anybody?
Larry? Larry, I thought that was your item.
Well, yes, it is, and yes, it's not.
Okay.
All right, Larry,
Okay, started.
we're here
We
together.
did it. Teamwork.
Teamwork. You have the paperwork in front of you.
Yeah. It's
So-
Same place, same members.
Yeah, so, we had 2 open seats for planning and zoning. We had 5 applications. We recommended, keeping our same, renewing, just we'll call it renewing, the current commission as is. We have more seats coming open in December with the new timeline of things. And so we felt some continuation as we've got a lot of open items. So it would be Rex Miller and Greg Clanton out of the group.
That was a recommendation.
That was our recommendation.
Are there any other of the
Um,
applicants here? that work for us?
Julia was one of our applicants. She is here. The other, and Greg is here. If you guys have questions.
Rex is in Chicago.
Rex was in Chicago, and I know he provided an excuse.
He
For
did
this.
say that,
He
if
would
you
call if
wanted
we
to
needed him.
talk, that we could call him. So he did let me know that
Mhm.
he had to be at a conference, but if you guys wanted to ask questions, you can call him.
Comments?
This doesn't pertain to our applicants, but I know one of our last times we were looking for positions, we received quite a few of old versus new applications. Is there a way that we can scrub all the old applications? I mean, I know there's only very minor modifications between the two, but it'd be nice to know that people are paying attention to updated information and giving us an updated application versus something that we haven't used in over 12 months.
Were there any in this
Yes.
series?
Yes, sir.
That were old applications?
Yeah,
that
yeah,
were-
in both commission, both items, but yes.
We can look at that.
You're talking about the actual, the
Form.
application form, not.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Now,
Not the
and I understand that in
Yeah,
the
not the
past,
applicant, the
I understand in
application.
the past that council would interview anyone that was here other just the recommended from the commission. So if Julia, if you were one of the applicants, then you should consider that application as well.
down out there, Larry.
I'm just saying what the past practice I was told.
The past
That's
practice,
true.
just to
I
remind.
went through the process. That is true. We can ask them to come up if you want to hear from them.
Absolutely.
You're up.
Okay. Why don't we start with Jeremy then? Jeremy's here, right? No? Oh, I thought you said he was. Okay. Julia?
Yeah, Julia and Greg are here.
Mhm,
Okay. Julia, you want to come forward? We're gonna just hold it to like 5 minutes max. Give us why you need to be there.
Well, I'm not sure I can fill up 5 minutes talking about myself, so you don't have anything to worry about there. Julia Douglas, 114 Spanish Oak, Glen Rose. So I submitted my application because I still, even after my amazing term as mayor, still feel a need to serve. But I did learn that politics is not for me. And city council and mayor is definitely not where I need to sit, but I think planning and zoning is probably going to be the best place for my skill set. I've been on planning and zoning before. I was there for 1.5 years, where I was the chairperson. I wrote many ordinances as I was there. City council for 3.5 years, many ordinances there, many policies and procedures. I even rewrote the personnel handbook too. And then mayor for 2 years, where we actually, my very last item as mayor was to approve the new comprehensive plan. And that's another reason that I decided now was the time to try to come back out, because I want to help be a part of implementing that comprehensive plan. That was such a labor of love, and we were trying to get it passed in the first place. From a personal perspective, I've got 13 years of residential construction experience, and I've got 10 years of legal experience before that. So I can do pretty much anything that has to do with planning and zoning, from writing contracts to doing ordinances, writing legislation, doing policies and procedures. I have experience on both sides of that. Anyone have any questions for me?
What would you do differently on P and Z now after all the other stuff you did from what you did the first time?
I just have a whole lot more experience, and I understand how things work all the way across the board. When I started on planning and zoning is all that I knew. I didn't know it from the city council experience. I didn't know it from the mayor's side of it. So now going back to planning and zoning, I understand more so how ordinances need to be and why they need to be that way, because sometimes things look amazing on paper, but when it comes time to try to implement them, it's a completely different ballgame. So I have that other side of the experience that would help me creating those things in the beginning.
Awesome, thank you.
I will say, it was a tough decision, and we really just ended up going with renewing because of the open work that was already been halfway discussed, with the understanding that we would have more open positions coming up very shortly, and we would want her. But we would go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anything else for
How
Julia?
many open positions are coming up in December?
It's on here.
Three.
Three.
Oh, that's
You always get 2 and 3. You're late
Yeah.
getting to these positions now. People
Yeah.
sat longer than their
We're
target
gonna see.
to get to here.
So I do want to say I understand the desire for continuity. Makes absolute sense to me. So if that's the way you guys decide to move forward, you're not going to hurt my feelings. There's at least 2 open spots that are going to come up in December. And if I'm not chosen today, then you'll see me again in December.
Thank you. That's great.
Thanks, Julia.
Anything else for me?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greg, you want to say anything?
Y'all want me to?
Yeah.
3 minutes for you.
Greg Clanton, 1089 Lonesome Dove Trace, Glen Rose, Texas. I've been on the planning and zoning board for the last 2 years, and we've, done a lot of the heavy lifting. I think that we've gone through with all of our rezoning and our ordinances that we passed, a lot of late nights, and we've come through that. And I kind of want to stick to it and see some of that bear fruit and continue to right the ship and move forward. as we go forward. I currently work in site selection and new real estate development for the Wendy's Corporation. My first step into real estate was back in 2009 during the Great Recession with the federal government. I did industrial economic development for BNSF Railway, so I do have some experience in that as well. I think we have a great town. It's a blessing that what we've been given and the stewardship that we can provide it to not, to get in front of and guide the development that's coming instead of and being reactive and to it as things come in. So that's kind of my thing and why I want to be on the planning and zoning board and how I'd like to continue to serve if allowed.
Any questions for Greg?
So you haven't had the space between times, but it does feel like we're shifting gears, right? So I hope that the next 2 years feel different from the last 2 years, because that's where we are kind of in this place. So what do you see doing different in this next go around from what was done in your first term?
I think some of the things that we've done that I've been most proud of is protecting the beauty of the city and the natural resources that we have while allowing the development. We understand both are important to our community. I think to continue that would be an honor, and then again to act as a steward to protect what we have, and then guide the development in the way that it needs to be done in a responsible manner with the community. I think that's what I would say is most important, to preserve that vision.
Any other questions? Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it.
Always.
We don't have a position as an alternate on this board, do we?
You're reading my mind.
I
No
know.
question.
I'm trying to think the right term. Are we allowed to have, well, I mean, I guess we can, someone who kind of comes to every meeting and is allowed to kind of speak every time and,
Consultant?
yeah, there we go. Let's go with that word, yes.
Either way, I think that we're gonna ask engagement
Okay,
from all, I mean, with Rex, who's not here to speak for himself. I think you all have listened to Rex enough to kind of get your idea from him. With Julia, and with Ray, they all bring something to the table. And so regardless of whether they're on the commission or not, I think that we're gonna tap into those resources regardless of who we pick, if they're willing.
I love it.
In my opinion.
Want my opinion, or do y'all have something? Very gracious of Julia to offer to come back in December. We have Greg, who's been on it, and he's dug into the projects we have now, Rex as well. I think Julia would be great on it. But maybe the time, another 6 months isn't big enough to worry about.
I move that we,
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are you gonna come back in 6 months?
She's gonna come back next month, she just doesn't know it.
Yeah, I don't know that I really have a choice.
I'm gonna just stick her application in there for y'all.
Yeah.
She is coming back in December. She did say that, right?
Yeah, she said.
good.
She said it, but we're going
On
to tap
video.
into her along the way.
So we get her for free. She didn't get the salary.
Right, that fabulous salary that we all get.
I mean, I honestly do enjoy serving. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting on a board or not.
Right.
Because I would rather be doing the research
Well, now
to
that you've,
support you guys for what you need to do.
now
for
that
the
you've
city.
surfaced and you've had your break, we're going to use you, one way or the other.
Julia.
Okay, anything else?
Go back to your motion, George.
Yes, I will. I move that we reappoint Greg Clanton and Rex Miller to the board for the 2-year remaining term, with the expectation that we will have an ex officio member for 6 months.
Oh, I second that one.
with a promise.
Yeah.
You're all in now.
We have a motion.
Yes, absolutely.
And a second.
There's another-
Second, oh, I seconded it.
All right, excuse me, all in favor?
And thank you
5-0. All right, thank you. Julia, thank you. Greg, Pam,
Thank you
y'all do
much.
great work. Just imagine what you can do after serving on planning and zoning.
Look at you. Look at you.
Troy hasn't killed me by then.
Yeah. All right, next item. Whatever that is. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding appointments to the Historical Preservation Commission.
Larry, you want to take that?
Y'all have before you the recommendations that were given by the Historic Commission.
I do.
After making their deliberations. Once again, we have additional people that were applicants here that you have also their applications before you. One of them is JC. And was there one other applicant in here, right? You? Mhm. So both of them are here presently, and along with Karen is here, who was recommended, and I think you were recommended. So we have those here if you want to talk to them or not, but you do have the recommendations. I know that Troy and I are very much in favor of having JC on this board.
All right, let's hold your opinions for now. And do you guys want to talk with the applicants?
Yeah, it's here.
Who'd like to go?
Get my notes.
You only have 5 minutes, note lady.
Short notes. Very short notes. Very big print.
My husband told me, he said, have something in your hand because otherwise you look like the guy from Talladega Nights where he goes, car was good.
Oh my gosh, that's one of my favorite scenes.
So I'm going to look at my notes.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Karen Braswell, 107 Valley View in Glen Rose. Moved here about 3 years ago with my husband and our Chihuahua to have a place in retirement. We are loving every minute of it. I've spent about 2.5 years so far on the Historic Preservation Commission and currently serving as vice president. I've also served as secretary. And I joined because I had a desire to give back to the community with my experience and my skill set. So I've twice conducted the annual Historic District Building exterior inspections, worked on the Farmers Market Improvement Planning, served on the Comprehensive Strategic Planning Committee, which was separate and apart from the preservation. And we are continuing our efforts in working to improve our historic district guidelines. My desire personally is to keep the historic feel of Glen Rose. I think that is a big draw for our business and tourism. And I think it's important for us to maintain our historic designations, and that's what we have worked to do. Along with our continued improvement in making our community aware of the importance of our historic nature and keeping it that way. My background is in marketing and design, project and event management. I have hospitality background. I helped open the Hyatt Regency in Dallas. I think everybody has seen that once or twice. I worked in their tour and travel programs, so I'm really familiar with the tourism aspect of it. And as part of that, I worked with convention and visitors bureaus extensively in 2 different hotels. I also worked for Holiday Inns prior to that. I worked with the planning and zoning briefly in Bedford. It was on a special project. I was not on the commission, but I worked with them on a special project. I was a small business owner at one time. I owned an art gallery, and I have worked for a nonprofit, which was arts focused. So at this point, with each term I've served, I'm learning, I'm continuing to educate myself and hopefully getting better at my job instead of not. And I would appreciate the opportunity to continue to do this. Short notes.
Any questions?
I'm going to ask the same question to everybody in some version. So same. We expect, especially we want to have a meeting coming soon, and there's a lot of opportunity to create some rigor and some guardrails in Historic Preservation Commission, particularly in our communication. So I love how you talked about communicating with city residents. So I expect it to look and feel very different in the next year or two. What are some of the things that you see as a need to kind of implement going forward differently than what we're doing today?
Well, I do think we need more community involvement and more information being put out as far as what we're trying to do. Also, for people who are buying into the historic district, better educate them about what is available and what they need to do and how to participate and how to keep it the way it is as much as possible without changing the nature of the city and the look and feel of it.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
wait, then I'm gonna ask one more question, because come on, guys. Because this is a little different from P and Z in that we're in this space where we have these amazing, beautiful properties, architecture, building, et cetera, and we want to celebrate them and we want to maintain the historic nature of them. But we also are in 2024, and we're not, and we have to look for ways to update as appropriate to, it's really interesting. You go into an old bank, but that old bank is now a hotel, right? So that's an example of how we have to be willing to say, what's the old that has to stay and what's the new and how do we incorporate it? And so I'd love to hear your, just kind of your thought on what that balance looks like and how we do that.
As far as the buildings
As far as
themselves.
it's like your role on HPC in balancing the need to really treasure the historic nature and protect it as appropriate, but also work with what's coming in and the things that are new. And, fuchsia paint didn't exist 100 years ago. It does today. Is it right there? Maybe not, but I use that as an example of kind of things we have to consider today in revitalizing the community.
Well, I think first and foremost, we have to consider the rules that are in place based on what the state tells us, based on our designations and based on what we have to work with. And we don't want it to be so restrictive that businesses coming in find it hard to work with, but at the same time, they have to understand what they're buying into. And it is a historic property, and we do want it to maintain its historic integrity. So it's a fine line, and we have to look at it on a case-by-case basis, which is what we've done, and say, yes, that would work for that property, or no, I'm sorry, you're going to have to come up with just a slightly different take on it. And I think we've been pretty good about looking at that and saying, if you'll consider this, which is closer to the historic accuracy, then we'll allow that without it being so far out in the field that it wouldn't work and it would damage the property or make it not such a historic property.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Thanks for letting me read so I didn't do this.
I just watched that.
I've never seen that.
Oh my gosh. He's doing a commercial.
What do I do with these?
Okay, I'm
Give
Ember
your
McCune.
name and address, please.
Sure, I'm Ember McCune, 1100 Osprey Court, Emo, Texas. I've lived in Somervell County for 4 years now. I've owned the Green Pickle for 3. As a resident of the historic district, I'd like to be on the board and serve. The reason for that, my background is in design. I graduated from TCU in fashion and minor in interior design. After graduating, I started an event design company, and I did that for 15 years. I could build cupolas and gazebos on site for events. After that, I went into education, and I taught at Crowley ISD, and I taught interior design 1, 2, and 3, and architecture 1, 2, and 3. I'm currently with Weatherford ISD, and I'm over the entire CTE program. So I'm over 55 CTE teachers on 4 different campuses. I have a lot of knowledge in architecture and interior design. I also was.
I'm going to stop you.
Sure.
Educate me. What's CTE stand for?
Career and technical education.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's your ag, cosmetology, interior design, fashion design, architecture, engineering, everything. CTE.
Go ahead.
Okay. I came here as a child. My parents would bring us here, so I've been coming here for years. I love Glen Rose. That's why we moved here, and I'd like to serve.
Questions?
Sure.
Go for it.
So what really stood out to me on your application was the teaching and architecture, right? Because one of the things you're always looking for, whether it's in hiring and staffing or on a board, is balancing that board out, balancing the feedback out. You don't want 17 of the same people doing the same job. You want diversity of thought.
Mhm.
So I'm really interested in what is it that you would apply from your architect teaching aspect? What are the opportunities that you see, the things that you can apply, and maybe some of the insights you think you'll be able to provide, maybe ways for us to look at things or think about things
Really,
differently?
staying true to the historical, exterior, the facade of the building. If it's a, mansard building, it needs to stay a mansard building. It's it just needs to stay true to its historical design of the building. Now, there can be updates, bringing it into the 20th century, but it still needs to stay true to what it was. Did they answer that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that feeds right into my second question is, sometimes it can't. As much as something like I love, give me something that hasn't changed in 150 years and that's my happy thing. But sometimes we can't. And so how do you look to balance? When do you feel comfortable going, yeah, you know what? We can go a little off the beaten path on this one. What's the things that make you feel comfortable, or how do you kind of go about making those judgment decisions?
Well, I think the policies and procedures are in place now. They weren't, prior. If you take my building, for example, the historical composition is lost. It's covered up. So it was originally built in the late 1890s, from what I understand. You do not see anything from its original building. You see the 70s, and you see, in the last 20 years, renovations that have been made to that building. It is not a ranch farmhouse building. That's not what it was built at. It was a, 4-wall? Yeah. Long time ago. So, what we have left remaining, we need to keep intact, and we need to stay as true as possible to that. Really, it comes down to, the integrity, the policies that are in place, and money, really. It takes a lot of money to upkeep a historical.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you.
I'm just not getting my feet wet.
Okay.
JC,
Yes,
name and address, please.
JC Stone, 2877 North FM 200 Rainbow. So a little bit of my background, I started out as a sales manager for an insurance company. From that was about back in California. And then we moved to Texas, bought a couple of hotels. So what I bring to the table is the lodging aspect of it, right? And from an historical standpoint, from a lodging standpoint, we have franchises that we work with. So now that I've renovated about 3 to 4 different hotels now, we have to go by their guidelines, which is very similar to the guidelines that are put on by the Historical Commission, right? But then there's another aspect of this is human nature, human beings that are involved, the people that own these buildings, right? So the franchises will come down and say, okay, you got to kind of go ahead and do this way. Well, sometimes it can't be done, as you were kind of saying that, but we don't like that pain. Well, okay, then the franchises will work with that, right? I understand the Historical Commission, the outside cannot be changed to a certain extent. You just can't break down walls and things of that nature. However, the inside, there's emotions that are involved with the inside of that owners. They obviously bought that particular building to make it better. Most people don't want to really ever dilapidate a building, most of the time, right? They buy something, they invest something, and then they want to kind of make it better for their future generation or for their revenue for that matter. So that's kind of what I bring, is that people aspect of it, because I've done it for the last 15 years, having been renovated, as I said, several hotels. Currently, I sit on several different boards, the Texas Hotel Lodging Association board, I sit on that one, sit on Granbury's Chamber of Commerce board, and then I also sit on the Governor's Conference for Best Western, and also the Texas Co-op Commission on the Marketing Commission. So,
Questions for JC Stone?
So do you have time for this?
I have a great staff.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a great staff.
So JC, you're not new to Glen Rose, but new to Glen Rose, so you've been around a lot more because now you're here. Same thing, I know you're acutely aware that we're in that space where we're taking one road and I don't want to say the term I'm thinking, full speed ahead, is direction. So things are about to go that way. What are some things that you've seen that you think we need to be considering from a Historic Preservation Commission perspective? So as we do have these new businesses coming in, what are opportunities you see for us to consider?
Education. I think that's one of the things that one of the other candidates had said, that we need to kind of make sure that we educate them on what our rules and regulations are. So there's no surprises. When any business, just like Larry does a great job on going when we had our inspections at our hotel, they sit down and really tell us, okay, this is what we're looking for. So there's no gotcha. Nobody likes that. No businesses. If we're about to blow up, and I think we are going to blow up, people want to go do business with cities that are really upfront and not really have that type of, I got that thumb over you. No, we're in partnership. Cities are in partnership with businesses, and business owners. So that's education would be my key thing.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one other question because you just brought it up. In partnership with businesses, we don't want to have our thumb, but we do want to have a tight rein. Right? So how do you see what opportunities do you see, or what levers do you see that we could pull within the HPC to kind of help manage what comes here? Because everybody's going to want to be here very, very quickly. They already want to be here. So how can the HPC help be a part of what we're trying to do, which is manage the growth responsibly?
I mean, do we have that kind of, does the HBC have that lever to really manage the growth that's outside of that, the historical
No,
district?
I'm saying within my apologies, within the HPC, yes, within that framework or those borders of the HPC, be it the area or the particular
I'll
property.
go back to education and going back to the guidelines that are there, but you mentioned something about your paint. I get that, I mean, there's paints that was 100 years ago that a new business may not want to put on there, so we talk through that. And I think that's something that I really do bring is to the human aspect of it, right? I mean, not everything is cut and dry. Again, I go back to the exterior of the building. I'm a proponent of keeping it the way it is on the outside, but there's certain things that you may do on the inside that have a better experience for the customers that we're trying to serve. If we're going to blow up, it's all about the customers that we're trying to bring into the city, right? And that's the experience that we're wanting to give to that customer. So they go out there and say, man, I want to go back to Glen Rose again. And that's what we're really wanting to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, JC.
David, to be honest, you have to have property in the plat.
Property we're operating. We're not doing a business.
But sometimes they waive that because nobody's in that area.
Right.
Gabriel Campos, 1221 County Road 1017, Glen Rose, Texas. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I've been a resident of Glen Rose in Somerville County for about 45 years. Graduated high school here, went to Tarleton, got a degree in economics, came back. And I've worked at Comanche Peak for the last 22 and a half years. That employment ended on May 30th. Now I'm running my full-time business across the street, Glen Rose Screen Printing, screen printing company. I also manage the property that's behind that, owned by Fossil River LTD. So I'm not a resident of the historical area, I guess, but I am a tenant. And I do have some pride in what's going on locally downtown. I see it all on the square. You guys maybe have seen some of my live feeds or whatever that I put on Facebook sometimes to kind of see what's going on. So I see the changes that are coming, that you guys are talking about, that you guys see or are talking and discussing. I see it every day at my shop. And I think I can be a part of that, and I want to be a part of that, and I can be very useful. using my design background, I have color theory, color design, anything that has to do with signs, banners, T-shirts. It sounds odd, but T-shirts, colors. Amazingly, I don't have a printed T-shirt on, but I do understand the things that go into design. The last meeting that I was at for the Historical Preservation Committee, we spent about an hour talking about signs and
It's about an hour and a half.
Okay, hour and a half. There you go. And that's kind of my specialty, right? Signs and how they look and how they wear and what's the best application for a certain sign, type of sign. But above that, I think I also understand that there's special circumstances that come up, and we have great rules and great guidelines, but there's also times where we have to deviate from those things. So understanding that and knowing that gives me, gives me a little bit of a, I think, a better understanding of what we should do. Obviously, you guys have a lot of input that matters, and our job would be to provide you expertise on those things. I believe I can do that, and it's not because I believe it, it's because I've done it. I design when a customer comes to me and they want a sign, they don't know what they want. I have to tell them what they want, and they give me, okay, this is what I want it to look like. That's my job to create that. I don't know. It's I'm excited for the opportunity. I'm excited just to be here, and if the opportunity presents itself to go further, like I said, I'm full time across the street. That's my job now, and I'm hoping to be more involved with the community and see what happens.
Thank you for that.
Any questions?
Go ahead.
So, same question as I asked earlier, as we're looking for kind of that diversity of thought and plugging in different pieces, what would you be able to bring? What's the thing that you're going to add that when these conversations are being had and you're sitting up here, you're going to be helping kind of fill that gap for this board?
Right. So for the last 5 years of my career at Comanche Peak, for working for Illuminate, I was a compliance auditor. And part of that job was to understand what the regulations were for whatever program, whether it was a maintenance training, whatever it was, understand what the requirements were, and then go look at what we were actually doing and then make a report, compile a report that I would present to, in our case, would be senior management and the director level at Comanche Peak. So I had to, one, tell my coworkers, hey, you're doing something right or you're doing something wrong. And all emotion was taken out of that. It was very, it's black and white. And then I had to compile a report and present it. And oftentimes that report wasn't very, very fun to give, because it was, my coworkers, I was basically telling on them. That's what an auditor does, right? So I think that experience of just giving facts, of presenting facts to you guys, and giving information that's not really controlled by emotion, I think is important. You guys don't need emotion. You guys need us to provide you facts. So I think that
So you mentioned you're a leasee, not a property owner. So I don't know that there's necessarily, I'm not sure if there's an answer to this or not, but have you done work or requested your property owner to do work? And what have you done or requested be done to your building?
So on the property behind my shop, two things. If you remember, probably 2018, when we moved over there, 2019, it was just, you couldn't see the river. You couldn't see a whole lot of anything from the street, from Elm Street. We took it upon ourselves as the property manager, I guess, to start cleaning it up. We have access to the river, so we've kind of opened that area with hopes of doing other things. And I've talked to Troy a little bit, just about what the owner would like to do. And he's not in the area, but he said, Gabe, do what you want to do. Just keep me in the loop. So there's some things that we'd like to do there. There's also a building there, a 2-car garage. I don't know if you guys, it's in bad shape. In 2020, maybe 21, height of the pandemic, we'd presented to the board, to the commission, to try to restore the building. And we had approval. We just didn't get any further. I guess just the timing wasn't right. So there's a building there, a structure that, the property owner said, yeah, let's do something with it. We weren't quite sure. In fact, the commission wasn't even aware of the building. We had to take a field trip across the street to look at it, like, I've never noticed it. So yeah, those are my experiences with the properties and presenting to the board.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Deborah, appreciate it.
Yep.
Fun.
I can't believe I brought this up. I just realized this today here.
This guy's declared, just my that.
Any questions, any ideas?
I think all 4 candidates are very good, would be good fills. I'm kind of relying on the commission themselves and I kind of with that would, it's kind of hard to deviate from their recommendations. I would like to, I think, make a motion to appoint Karen and Ember to the commission, to remain on the commission with all the work they're doing.
40 seconds, you may want to discuss.
You need a second to discuss.
Okay, no, I meant discuss the motion.
Yeah, I will second that. But I 1000% agree that, can we add 4 more? No, I'm not gonna open that can. Yes, that all 4 candidates are awesome. And I'm already thinking of next month and the next month and the next time we sit up here. Now we can discuss? Okay. Now we can discuss.
Is there an ordinance with the Historic Preservation Commission that you have to have property or rental in the overlay?
Yes, the commission shall consist of 5 members appointed by the council, who upon application demonstration of their qualifications are citizens of the city to the extent available, with primary consideration given to professional members from the disciplines of architecture, history, urban planning, real estate, legal, archaeology, or other disciplines related to historic preservation.
What section is that? Where is that at?
14.03.003.
So the only geographical requirement is in the city limits when possible? Okay.
So I thought I had read this. So under the organization and the meetings, subsection 3 says the HBC as a whole shall represent the ethnic makeup of the city. We do have an opportunity to nominate a Hispanic. I'm not a person who makes decisions based on means testing or something else other than who is the best qualified person. I have a problem with this being in our ordinance, but I think if we are going to be subject to our own ordinances, we should probably be aware of an opportunity when it presents itself. We have an opportunity to have 2 people who would be minorities on a different position on this board. I'm just saying, I think it may be something that we either need to acknowledge and tacitly say we're not going to do, or we should probably follow our own ordinance.
But we have a conflict because that conflict talks about giving priority to particular experiences. So we have 2 different directives essentially. Right?
I think it says with primary consideration given to professional members from the disciplines of architecture, history, urban planning, real estate, legal, archaeology, or other disciplines related to historic preservation.
Yeah, so primary considerations is primaries first considerations. So just thinking about I totally hear what you're saying, but if we're just talking about trying to get the work done, and we have two conflicting directions.
I don't think you could say one is higher than the other, because the next subsection is C, organization and meetings. And then it says the HPC as a whole shall represent the ethnic makeup of the city. That's pretty direct.
As its primary. Interpretation is fun. Okay, others? Yes,
But you actually have to vote on the motion.
oh, I thought he
we
said
have
we
to
had to have a
vote.
second to
No, I
talk.
wanted to have the discussion
You have
before
a
the
motion
second.
and a second,
You have
yeah.
to have a second to
Yeah.
have discussion.
I did.
Withdraw his motion.
Yeah, but on the motion, which
Robert's
was,
rules, you have to have a motion and a second before you move to discussion.
Which we
And
did.
now
They
they
discuss
We've
and
had
we're out, so
discussion.
now call for a vote on your motion.
Well,
Well,
unless
but
there's
are
not-
the
Unless there's
discussions
any
done?
further
Because I'm waiting to hear
discussion.
from three other
So
people.
Stacy said we're done.
No,
If y'all are
No,
done
you-
discussing, then we need to call for a vote on the motion that's on the floor.
you determine whether or not we are done discussing.
Well, I
No,
was
we
waiting.
discussed
It
I-
appears that we're probably done.
I,
No,
I
want to
will
hear.
say that, I loved JC's perspective on trying to find a way to meet in the middle, but also respect the exterior of it. And then the experience he has. I mean, that spoke there you go. So, that spoke a lot to me, but it's really hard because we have such great candidates. How do you choose? And so you just can't go wrong, in my opinion.
But it's also
But I
important-
would like, I'd like to see JC on the commission, but I don't know who I would not
Yeah.
vote for when it came to the other two, the other three. So,
It is important though
Yeah.
to note that the only thing that the HPC gets to work on is the exterior. So we
Mhm.
don't get to have a say-so in what happens to the interior.
Mhm.
Just making sure everybody knows that the HPC doesn't get to decide if you put exposed brick or not exposed brick on the inside.
All right, we have a motion. That's it? All in favor?
Wait, nothing?
Joe?
Rich, Rich already made the motion.
You made the motion.
No, Rich made the motion.
Rich made the motion.
Yeah. You're
and the
good? So we can
motion
close
was what you
conversation?
want to make
I was-
him
In the
there
series and
now.
talking.
I was
Yeah.
following what the recommendations of the commission were, which was Ember and Karen.
And I seconded.
Okay, the motion is for the recommendations from the commission. All in favor? 2, all against? 2, abstention?
I'm against half of it, yeah.
This one's tough. This is tough.
Yeah.
What's bad is there's a lot of people here that want to do it and they're all qualified to do it and we only have a limited amount of spots.
I will share my thought was for two reasons. One, the continuity, like the same thing with P and Z. Having that continuity because there's so much work underway. So that's the reason for Karen. And then the reason for our architect, for Amber, is two things. It's it's having that direction, that architecture. And I think that that's something specifically focusing on the exterior and being able to advise.
Let's go back to the motion first. Motion
Well,
failed.
That's right. So now we're back open because it's already failed.
so you need a new motion.
Right.
This is
I'm
tough.
gonna make the motion that we appoint JC and Gaby. I think we should follow what our historic preservation ordinance says. Don't particularly like it. Don't like for the reasons behind it. But I think when we're faced with the opportunity to comply with our own ordinance, we should comply with our own ordinance.
We have a motion, we have a formal motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
You have to second.
The-
Well, is there a second on his motion?
Yeah. He'll declare it dead.
That's
if
what I
there's no
was waiting
second.
for.
I didn't know you made a motion formally.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes.
No second? All right.
I'd make the motion for Ember because of the architecture background and JC, just for, and, you know, understanding and mirroring between the business aspect of it and then also the historic perspective of it.
We have a motion.
And Karen, I have the utmost respect for
Hang on,
you.
let's get the
I
motion
mean-
done here and see.
This is tough.
I get that, I help.
Hang on, man. So,
Show a second.
So
Any
y'all,
Second.
just to maybe make this a little easier, y'all don't have to appoint two
I
at
was saying-
once.
I was
You
saying we
can
could do
pick-
one.
If y'all can agree on
That's right.
one and get one out
Yeah,
of the way.
Let's do that.
And then we got you.
Yep.
Let's do that.
So I'll just need to know if it's for
Okay,
which place
yeah.
it's for.
May
I
I
make
make
a
a
mo-
suggestion? Can I make a suggestion? We are meeting with, the commission, on our next council meeting, whenever that is. We could include that in the work session. It gives you more time, if you want to meet with candidates, to talk to them. You could also expand the commission. Because if you have, look,
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
good.
I mentioned Waxahachie and they had 9 people. But you only are required 5 for a quorum.
Mhm.
So you can expand the commission.
Yeah.
I got a question on this. If you expanded it to 9 and then how do you take it back down to 7? Because a lot of times with these things you're having is, come on, just please do this with me. Come on, please come, please come. So then we extend out to 9 people and then we can't make a quorum because we only got 7, 6, and then 1 don't show up, and then what do you do?
Well, the voting quorum is 5.
Yeah.
and-
For
So long as you have
For
5.
them, right? So as long
Right,
as you
but-
have 5, which
So if you have
think out of
9,
9, you're gonna get 5 people.
Okay.
Could we do this? Could we have fun? Could we have a working interview? Meaning for that session that we're gonna do, let's have lottie-dottie everybody show up and let's all talk and hear their input as we're doing this work. And then we'll kind of get to see.
or
I
what if
think
we
that-
approve all 4 and we bring it out to 9?
I
'Cause I mean, they're
I will
great
say I am
candidates.
opposed to expanding the size of it.
Yeah.
We have man, I've tried to design by group and it's, I have found in my work, and I do a lot of work that is very similar in this vein. There's that sweet spot of enough voices to hear different ideas, but not so many that you're herding cats the whole dadgum thing. And 9 gets very big very quickly. I mean,
Okay, so.
Stacy.
Well, really, it's only one
Yeah, you're on one time.
I know, I said.
hang on, guys, everybody, stay.
You
To
could
work
take
for
it
a
to 7.
9-member council, that's a lot of opinions going on.
Yeah.
I think 5 is a good number, maybe
But I
7
like-
at the most.
I like
Yeah.
the idea of
7 at the
it.
most.
If y'all don't want to do a
Big.
work, I like the idea of us getting to meet with them one off and talk and then come to it to the next meeting.
One point that we could do, we could go to 7
Mhm.
as a compromise. We
Yeah, I
could go
like
to
that.
7, that could be our 4 members plus JC, Gaby, and is there,
And
and
Ember.
and there's your 7, and 4 is a quorum. And you have a working committee of 7. We like them all.
Yeah, that's
We
the
like
problem.
them all. It's not a difficult
Well, what if-
decision.
We'd have
I
to
don't think
update
so
the
either.
ordinance first, though.
Well, we're talking about doing changes on the
Yeah.
next council meeting, so.
Mhm.
Then why don't we
Well,
hold tight, have our joint session? We have our joint session, we have all kinds of stuff to talk about, and this is one of those things we can talk about, and then we can land on where we go, and then based on where we land, we scoop people in accordingly.
I don't think we need to interview all these people again.
No,
I
not
think we've
necessarily.
already asked them once to come here.
Well, except we do because we can't get there tonight, so.
Well,
You haven't done
So
that
the
with
question
my
is, do we
person.
truly need to restructure? Or do we need to take a minute to sit and think and talk, even if it's within ourselves and not with other people? Because the idea of going, well, let's change our entire structure because we can't decide on three, 4 people is a wonderful problem to have, but I don't know that the solution is to expand. I think the solution is. for us to
Demetra
make a
Conrad,
decision.
I'm not gonna be part of a walking quorum.
You individually, talk to yourself in your own head.
And it took me a second to hear
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Too, that's like,
I'm not gonna do that.
No, to have a moment to yourself. Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, if we came back, if we tabled this until we came back and changed the ordinance to 7, we already have 3 sitting, so we would only be appointing 4 of the 5 candidates.
Well, yeah.
So I agree that I don't know if we really need to have the re-interview. I think if we decided to up it to 7 individuals, we already know we have 4 great candidates here to fill those vacancies, which would bring it exactly up to 7. We just have to wait until we change the ordinance.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't wanna make a decision tonight to change our ordinance because we couldn't get a decision on who we were gonna put on the position. Take some time, noodle on it to yourself, not with anybody else.
Stacy brought up,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this, Stacy brought it up, you guys can vote on them individually, so if you might find you have 2 you guys all really want, but you don't like the grouping that you've got, so vote for one person at a time, figure out who you guys all land on, and then if you've got a tie, then delay.
I think I'd probably be more comfortable leaving it tabled until we change the ordinance, in a few
Yeah,
weeks.
I think the word's increasing.
Yeah.
It's written on, George is correct where it talks about the exit makeup, but it's, the ordinance is written to where you need to be or other historic disciplines. They're looking at the historic disciplines and what your historic background is for sitting on the Historic Preservation Commission. It's not whether you are.
Yeah, we get that in, but it's a combination. You look at all the factors and you guys decide. I mean, if you're not prepared.
Oh, I have a motion to table.
I second.
All in favor of the table?
And talk not with each other.
5-0. Pass.
Not talk.
Not with each
Not
other.
talk to each other.
Not with each other. I heard the coffee talk in my head. I'm like yourself.
Item 13.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
We'll deal with it. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, item number 13, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the resolution adopting the
Thank you.
2024 Somerville
Thank you.
County Hazard Mitigation Plan. Did y'all have a chance to review the 200-page plan? I will tell you this, and I've been through it, George has been through it, maybe some of you. Emergency management preparedness is very important. That's all I'm gonna say, so.
I'm glad that the results show that our likelihood of earthquakes are extremely low. We live in that very unlikely kind of
Yeah,
category.
solid.
It said that in Plato too.
Oh, Lord.
Any questions?
Do you wanna look at mine?
The 100,
your
200
notes on it.
pages. That's okay, I'll trust you. Hold on.
I make the motion to approve the mitigation plan as presented. Somerville County Hazard Mitigation Plan.
A second.
All in favor? 5-0. Thank you, Larry.
And good job for the hard work on it. I know that couldn't have been simple. Took me a long time to read it.
Okay.
For the record, that's resolution number 2024-R-06.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 15, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding an application for a special alcohol usage permit for Somerville County Visitors Bureau. Kelly?
K-Hit radio station in the county are sponsoring Friday night floats, which is a live band, one live band, food truck, and rentable tubes, life jackets and stuff. And we're just asking for a special alcohol permit so people could bring their own in. It's just each Friday in June.
Sure.
Can I move to make a motion? I never got to do that before. I'll move to make a motion to approve the special alcohol usage permit for the Friday night floats.
Second.
Second by George, all in favor? 5-0. Thank you.
Oh, my first.
Sorry to hold you
That's
so
a good one
long.
to do.
Congratulations.
Yeah, yeah.
That was your
And you
person
picked the right one, yeah.
Okay, moving on to item number 16. Discussion,
that.
consideration, and possible action on increasing the assessed value deduction for retired survivor and disabled persons on assessed value for real property and improvements from $50,000 to $80,000 in the city of Glen Rose, effective July 1st, 2024.
So, you know, I've been kind of looking at the way we, the way we try to help our citizens. And one of the things that, that I've kind of read and thought about and kind of landed on is that we need to try to incentivize our older people and our disabled to be able to kind of stay in their home so that they're not at risk of losing their home or having to downsize their home if once they kind of reach that retirement age. I ran these numbers, kind of gathered them up from Somerville County CAD. There's 285 homes that would be affected by this change based on this current year, but it would not be effective until 2025, not be effective until the 2025 tax year. It's kind of backing into that. There were 941 residential accounts. That's based on the city of Glen Rose, the number of trash. So that's, roughly 30.3% of our homes in the community would be impacted by the change. You see the 2021 value based on some numbers from the CAD was 163,000, but it's about a 12% increase in 21 to 22 for $182,644 for the average value of the home. That $30,000 increase in the tax that could be abated means $8.55 million worth of value that's exempted, and that's only 2.3% of our overall tax base. So our overall tax base in 2021 was approximately $330 million. 2022, approximately $379 million worth of value. That's not the taxable value, but that was the value from the CAD. That works out to, now these are averages, so it's rough numbers, works out to $83.64 per homeowner who is a taxpayer who kind of falls into the category of being 65, over 65, disabled, or a widower of someone who was disabled or over 65. So it's that category could accrue to them an abatement of about $84 a year. Not significant, but it's something, and it's, $7 a month. I just feel like that we know we have an issue. That's that CEJT. When you got some time, go to it. It's a tool that's run through, I think, the Department of Commerce, Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. And what you'll find is that in all of the categories for what the government considers economic justice, we can argue about that, but on all of those categories, the city of Glen Rose rates as qualifying for those grants because we have low income. In all of the categories, every screen that you go through, we always fall into that low income category. That's why we qualified for the CDBG grant again over there in Wolf City. It's why we've qualified for the other grants that we've applied for. And one of the ways to try to, lessen the impact of increasing property taxes for the average citizen is to be able to give them a small abatement back. I settled on $30,000 because I did. The other entities are at 50. We could have calculated it at $100,000, but I thought $30,000 was a good number to kind of begin with. And so that's how That's how we kind of arrived, or I arrived at these kind of numbers. But I strongly believe that we need to, we know that we have excess at the end of a budget year. One of the ways we can lessen the impact on the senior citizen and the old age person in the community is to give them a little bit of a tax break on their property taxes. And now they already lock in once they go to 65, but that lock-in is at the 20% mark. Okay, so if it's 200,000, they get our 20% abatement, and they're capped at that 200,000. So what I'm saying is, if we're abating that, then let's go a little bit deeper for the old age and the disabled.
So George, is this math right? So there's 285 homeowners that fall in this bucket. And so 285 homeowners would save approximately $84 so a year. And so from a bottom line, we're gonna get about $24,000 less a year. Do I have that right?
It's $23,837.40.
Boom, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to, like, sometimes, because you talk about numbers like 30% and you start to believe that it's gonna be this massive thing.
Now,
But,
and
yeah.
it is going to move. That was one of the other things that I kind of visited with Troy about, was that as this moves, we may get more people into that bucket, or we may get less into that bucket as they decide they're going to move. So it rides with them as part of their, say somebody hits the slots at WinStar. They want to move out of their $200,000 house to a $400,000 house. We would still give them this additional abatement.
Because it just goes under the cab, like
It
in the
can go
cab,
under
this
the
is what
cab,
the list
that's
of,
right.
yeah.
When they move into the new property, then it's abated. But I feel strongly that one of the ways we can try to lessen the hit of the property tax increase and the inflation that we've seen, just a small gesture. It's really all it is. So I would ask y'all to support it.
Well, I'll tell you, I love the idea, George, but just like you probably already heard, kind of wondering if it really goes enough. You know what I mean? We do have a lot of people that could benefit from this, and while we are not a cash poor city, I love the idea. I wouldn't even be opposed to going up to the 100,000 that you were talking about. Or if we did only 80,000 this year and we saw where it went and how it reflected, and then look at it again in another year to increase it again. Maybe that's what we do. I don't know.
I easy move to approve this. That's an easy yes to me.
That's my question, this retired, you mentioned 65.
Yes, sir.
Does that retire in 65 or?
At 65.
Okay.
You don't have to retire at 65. In fact, I would prefer you not retire at 65 because, my children and my grandchildren, Social Security depends on you still working.
Keep working as long as you can.
That's right. So keep working as long as you can.
All right.
Because Uncle Sugar's gonna need it.
So I'm a first.
Oh, you made a motion?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't catch that. I'm
No,
sorry.
I said I easily move to do
Oh,
it.
okay. Oh, second. So there you go.
All in favor? 5-0. Thank you, fellas. I'm already 65.
There's your little something.
So if we're already 65, we don't get a better discount?
You will. In 2025.
So it's about $12 to me.
It might be by then.
Yeah.
I've got a green pickle.
Oh, yeah.
Or
All right.
Yellow Whiskey Woods.
Let's see here, where are we? What number?
17.
17.
240.
Discussion, consideration, possible action regarding amendments to job descriptions pertaining to animal control and code enforcement.
So council, the purpose of this is to separate the two. We've had quite a few issues finding qualified candidates because we have both. What we see is that you have people passionate about animals, don't want to do code enforcement or vice versa. So You know, we have job descriptions that have been around that are independent, but as approved right now, they do require both. So I believe that by doing this, we can fill
Both positions.
both positions. And I think both positions we've seen.
Yeah,
There's
this has
obviously
never,
the job
this has
was
never
only out
come,
not having people to
yeah,
do
this
it.
has never come to fruition as it was intended to be
No,
done.
right.
So it was intended to be animal control, employees would have areas that they had to monitor. And while monitoring those areas, they would look for opportunities for code enforcement, grass that's 10 feet high, whatever, submit that to the building official office for the letter to be sent, et cetera. It's never been done. So while I think it is an efficient use of time, it's only efficient if people are actually doing it, and it's not happening.
For sure.
So I agree with the recommendation, sadly.
I kind of got a question for you, Troy, because, recently we did a salary survey and we took care of the salary based on the person doing those two functions. So obviously, if we divided up those things, I would assume that since we'd probably be relooking at the wages for each position.
You know, possibly, definitely, we can certainly do that. I will tell you, we're in kind of a mode right now where other cities are poaching. We've had people call our workers, and offer more money. So it's extremely competitive. But
I'll
sure,
also say the
we
significance
definitely-
of that was not
Right.
that much.
Yeah. And I mean, when you think about it, because that person gravitates strongly, I mean, towards one, we're really paying more for them to do one, right? Because they're not,
They're not doing the other
correct,
one.
they're not doing the other one.
That's kind of where I was going with that.
Yeah. So we can definitely look at it. And if if we find that it's significantly more than what other cities are offering, then we can adjust it.
I thought on the salary survey, it kept that person right in the middle. I don't remember us going
We
much
kinda-
over.
We kind of did.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Person
pretty
here, well,
at
we
where it
kept them.
should be.
Yeah, but it wasn't changed terms.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought we did.
no, it'd be adding a position.
Well, I kind of agree that I think in order to get those positions appropriately filled, we probably need to relook at separating them. Like our suggestion, I would support the cause. I just, you've heard my one question, that's all.
So is it that, like she'll be full-time animal control and now we're just looking for full-time ordinance or code
Well,
enforcement?
we have some issues right now with certification for code enforcement, so,
If you want me to address that real quick.
yeah.
When it comes to code enforcement, there's state regulations. It takes a year to certify if you hire somebody on and train them. That would have to work underneath Christie while a full-time code enforcement person for a year before they could sit for the exam. Now, if we get lucky and we hire someone in that already is a certified code enforcement officer, that goes away. We'd still keep Christie with a certification she just renewed. So she would keep that to work both because she'll have a part-time, I think we're looking part-time on animal control on the second person. And then we would have a full-time code enforcement officer. But she would have the certification to back that up if we need it, especially with some of the ideas that we have going forward, some initiatives on like the substandard housing. We're gonna need all hands on deck
Yeah,
just to do that.
Thank you, Larry.
yeah, thank you.
Well, I tell you, one of the other things, Troy, that I'd be interested in maybe us looking at, if we do hire the second animal control person, is maybe some volunteers for animal control. I know my son was a volunteer at our old city where he was a volunteer in animal control and he loved it to pieces. I I think if we got a little
Yeah.
handful of the community that volunteered at the animal shelter, that would give the animal control officers more time to be out in the field doing what their function should be.
Yeah, there's limitations, you know, like cleaning cages and feeding. They can't go in the euthanization lab
Sure.
for certain
Yeah.
things, but I think it's something we've never
100%. I'm begging you for that because we have asked previous city administrations for that and their answer was like, it's not a legal way to do it, which is obviously not true because many other places
That's
do it.
Right.
And we have, that is in the space of, we have this problem because we actually have people who are volunteering. This is another space where people want to volunteer and we're saying no. And that's,
Well, and I don't understand that either.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
I mean, I
Thank
came
you.
from a
Yeah.
county where the
yeah,
volunteers were a significant
yeah.
part.
I don't know if y'all know, but Julia's still here, by the way.
Yeah.
The ultimate
She's like,
volunteer.
Leave her with me.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
I just vehemently support.
That's a great idea. Any movement, any other?
That's what you're doing.
Do we need a motion on it?
Yeah, we
or
do.
We need to,
Yes.
I'll make the motion to separate out the two positions.
I was trying to figure
Redefine
out
the
how to
job
word that.
description.
I was like, so
We already have the job descriptions
Oh, they
already.
cha- oh, they're separate. though.
Yes.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
All in favor? 5-0.
Rich.
Rich didn't, he was trying to figure out how to say it.
I heard that up here.
Discussion, consideration, possible action regarding street closures for the 4th of July parade. Standard fare.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Yeah, move quick.
5-0.
It's late and I'm hungry.
Oh, you have to wait, you have a question?
Who
What's-
is who's doing the parade stuff?
I am,
Who's got, you're the captain on it?
well, but it's more
I
like a
just have some
lieutenant.
questions about when we're gonna have, float sign-ups, where and when.
We're gonna have to get that on the city website. An application for floats. I've already received 3 calls. I'm sorry.
Tomorrow morning?
We have an application form. All that has to be done is added to it.
I mean, we really need to have a short debriefing on the parade.
Yeah, that's fine. I just need a date. I can say maybe beginning of next week.
Oh, I think
I think by the end of the week.
By the
We
end of
can, we
this
can
week,
go through what we're doing, put the elements into the application.
I probably, I mean, it's ambitious. I would say it'd be safer to say Monday. But I don't have a form ready, but I'm sure y'all.
We have a form.
We'll have it out as soon as we can, and we'll post it on Facebook when it's ready.
We need to have it by
Yeah.
Monday so we can, yeah.
Well, I just got a lot of people asking and then
I do too. They're
I'll
calling
forget
me.
like who to go back and
Yeah, they're
tell.
calling
We also have a community news text group, like text alert group, so.
Yeah, that thing
Can we just commit that it'll be done by Monday so that we can
I
get
think
people
we
that
can do it
answer?
by
I
Monday.
think so.
Yeah.
There you go. But you'll let us know if it happens sooner.
We'll get the text, right?
It's also a text
I want to get
message.
those texts.
We are starting on the details. We got a lot of things to cover, but as
If you
far
need
as
some help, let
the
me know.
Okay, I will. Let's see, discussion, consideration of possible action regarding the quote, buy it Glen Rose, unquote campaign.
All right, council. So, we've had some signs on banner poles that you might have seen that say shop local, right? And we kind of put it sometimes on our signs, but I don't think there's been a cohesive effort to encourage people and maybe sometimes explain to people the importance of buying local. And so, I'm not sure people understand sales tax, that it's where it gets delivered now. So, there's a compelling reason for people, if you can't buy it here, buy it online and have it shipped here, because then we get the sales tax. And maybe just an education, maybe a letter in with their water bill, or just, Facebook post, just a campaign to encourage people to buy locally. Gas up in Glen Rose, so we know we're gonna get a certain amount of bleed off, right? So we know what our sales tax is now, and we're gonna go over that in a little while. But the question is, how do we take it to the next level? So that next level may come when we annex more property and that develops, and it will. But, you know, for right now, you know, how can we recover maybe some of that bleed off that is going elsewhere? And so I would like to allocate some effort towards that signage, Facebook, marketing, and really encourage people to buy it in Glen Rose.
Would it be the same to say get it in Glen Rose?
Look at that. I
Alliteration.
love that alliteration. Yes.
Yeah.
What it is, get it in Glen Rose.
Well, you're
Yes.
the marketing guru,
Well,
so whatever you
I'm
say.
just.
Well, I will tell you that
That maybe
it's a
buy
very
it.
small thing, but I tried it in the mayor's desk article that explained if you go to Higginbotham and it's $3 more expensive, but you spend an hour going to Granbury, you pay $1 less, it ends up costing you $16.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't know that tax goes to roads, to improvements. So we need to educate them. I don't know if we can do the water bill, but that'd be a great thing.
Yeah, in every way possible, yes. Because I mean, I tell every person I can, the reason we get to keep voting to lower the tax rate is because of our sales tax. So, but how many people can we say that to versus how can we add it to as many communications as possible? So
Granbury did a
support.
great job of this. Shop Granbury, they did it, they pushed it. We should have the shop owners shop Glen Rose. Get it in Glen Rose, whatever we use, but we need to push it.
And I think that goes for city purchases too.
Yeah.
If at all possible, we should be buying it here first, you know? And just set the example, right? So. Anyway.
So we're not gonna
Not a
cover
tough
any expenses of any of the employees that eat outside of Glen Rose.
I don't think we have it.
You're only supposed to pay us to eat when we travel, so you're not supposed to pay us to eat.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Okay, what do we have here?
do we need to move to approve this effort or just direct staff to?
Budget, what's the
Yeah.
expenditure we're gonna allocate
Is
to
it money or
that?
time?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think it's gonna be big, you know? Like, you could put $5,000 towards it and I may not even touch half that.
How about 2,500?
Mark that for the budget next year.
Wow.
Tough crowd. He doesn't want us to shop
I had to
Glen Rose,
look
does he?
at this
No, I
side.
really
I thought the voice came from over there.
Parking. Parking.
Sure, we can start with 2,500.
Just see where it goes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, Facebook boost, it just popped in my head. A Facebook boost, make something about it and buy it in Glen Rose, Facebook boost that. You don't know what $75 or $200 worth of Facebook might derive back to us.
And you do a lot of that already,
Yeah, you
right, Rita?
I mean, if you said, okay, I have $2,500, I need to go to somebody and have them design an original thing for it's almost like a new logo, right? You wanna have that kind of, get it in Glen Rose, and then you have a little explanation under it. When you buy in Glen Rose, Dollar stays here, whatever your thing, so it's a short explanation, and then that's your set thing. And then you just blast it out and you just kind of recurringly put whatever it is, whether it's, sometimes people put $40 daily, so $100 a week, whatever that is, just where you're pumping it out maybe from the city website. So it's getting to your locals, not so much the visitor, but the local understands the impact it comes back to them. So I think that'd be,
So 2,500 would cover that.
I think it would cover you for a little while, but if you're gonna
Yeah.
spend $100 a week, it depends what,
2,500 with about, I think it was $40,000. Let me see if I did my math right.
You
real
know, you
quick.
can have to spend
Let's put it
$100
on
on
825.
Facebook.
Yes.
Because you're doing a small. If it's local, if it's a local
we're
target,
talking
the
about is
local
only for
targeted
3
ad,
months,
it's very.
Yeah, so
And then
if
put
we
them all
increase-
around town.
If we increase our sales tax by $50,000, that more than covers a $5,000 expense.
yeah.
And $50,000 happens like this with online shopping. So even $5,000, we recoup very quickly with if everybody buys one more thing from Amazon so, I mean, that breaks even, 5,000 breaks even.
Come on, I try
Very
not to
quickly.
do that.
If you can't get it local.
On this too.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think it'd be simple to do it, like, if you wanna just get off and running and not have to have another meeting about it, just start doing it now, you could easily just start doing it, get somebody to sign it. I just-
Cheyenne, very quickly.
So I have a question on why this is going under a new budget item for $2,500 and not under the marketing director and CBB, where I think this money should be spent.
Because it's not for heads and
CBB is
beds.
on the office.
It's sales tax.
It's,
not.
we're, our market audience are our residents. We are marketing to our residents. We're marketing to me.
Just
Yeah,
asking.
Not tourism.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, yeah.
If she's gonna do it, that's where my issue is.
Oh, I move to approve a budget of, you guys, I move for 5,000. If we're going to make that, and if you, I'm not saying go spend that, but I damn sure don't wanna have to
Last
wait.
you a while.
It is June. We have new budget starts in
Oh,
September.
Look, I would say this.
The new budget starts.
I'm gonna tell you, if I don't have to spend it, I'm not gonna spend it. I squeak when I walk. so.
That, I mean, that's what, I said he doesn't have to, but I don't wanna have to put something on pause because they need to come back to us when this is not a spend that's not going to return itself. So if y'all don't want to, that's cool, that's my motion. If it doesn't pass, we can make another
What's
one.
your motion again, Dave?
I said, I move to provide a budget of $5,000 to expend for Gata Shop in Glenrose or whatever our thing is. Get it in Glenrose.
I second that. I'm
All
sorry.
in favor?
Not doing it.
5-0.
I trust that Daddy Sugar won't overspend any more than he has to.
Discussion regarding amending or enacting regulations for short-term rentals.
Okay, so this is a non-action. So we've talked in the past about short-term rentals. We had it on tonight, right? So, and there is, couple different things to consider, right? We have a lot of them in town. It does affect our inventory of housing. We've got condos coming up. You think about 77 units. So then the question becomes, do we want 50% of them to be short-term rentals? So I think it's a conversation that needs to be had. I know that other cities really, and when you think about a town square, you definitely want short-term rentals. You want to try to restrict it to the area around that downtown square because there are some definite advantages to short-term rentals in town square. So I think that's worthy of putting it on an agenda and let's talk about it and try to come up with a policy because I think we're seeing it more and more. And
short-term rentals are only allowed in R1s.
We have our ones here.
No, I'm just saying, it takes them out of being in the condo, because condo's on R1.
Yeah.
I don't know, does it?
I don't want no
Yeah.
Airbnbs in those new condos.
Well, can we just do this? Because we've been talking about this for a long time. So can we just commit that we'll give you what our request is for consideration and we all get it to you by a certain time, like by Friday, so that you hear from all of us, you pull together your recommendation and we have it for our next week. Because I'm not the worst about it. I've been talking about it for a long time and we haven't gotten any traction because, I have a job. And so if we can just commit that each one of us will give you what we're thinking what we would like to be considered, then you can compile that, put it together based on hearing from all of us, make your recommendation and bring it to us. Pass it by Stan, all that good stuff, but let us get it to you like if we can, whatever day, I'm saying, whatever the day is, but let's make a day and let's.
Well, I think, look, the downtown short-term rentals is something that I believe
A3, we need to add it to.
we need to consider. So, do we want to settle that tonight or I don't think we could though, right?
Yeah. No, it has to go to
It's got to go
PLC.
through the channels.
And it's gotta be.
But when you're saying downtown short-term rentals, that would be existing residential R1 homes that are in the downtown area.
Or business district, East Hudson Square, second floor.
Second floor. Okay, because there's a distinction between storefront. Yeah.
We have to wait till the July P and Z meeting.
Yeah.
And then it can come back to you guys.
Correct. Yeah.
I just don't want condos or apartments being built, one block off of the square.
Well,
You know
they
what I mean?
can't, where our zoning is
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah.
Where our zoning is, that's not gonna happen.
Look, we,
I just don't.
yeah, I think you send your ideas
From
to
a standpoint
Troy.
of that condo unit up on 67, it's not zoned to allow short-term rentals right now, because we only allow them in R1.
With SUPs, yeah.
So
Just-
this is to get feedback. Do you want to see it on a future?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
So-
for sure.
I just think we have to be very careful of the property rights issue.
Right.
When you get into trying to regulate STRs, you're really headed into property rights.
Right, but you're also headed into when somebody and
The state only requires R1. Because we've checked all of that.
Mhm.
So as long as we stay in R1, we're following state law.
but
But
that,
we're
and,
already talking about going to B3.
Well,
But you're regulating them today when
we
you
can
talk about property
extend
rights.
the option, we can't retreat from the
And I
option.
think we're talking about being stricter than what we are today.
Actually, I didn't hear that.
I think, in my
yeah.
opinion, I think that one
I
of the
am.
conversations
Yeah.
is trying to restrict it to certain areas. Whereas now it is restricted from an area where it should be allowed, in my opinion. And allowed and maybe in some areas where it
Where
shouldn't
it
be
shouldn't
allowed.
be. Yeah,
You know?
Yeah.
So that's the question.
but that's something we've always handled by SUPs.
it would still be handled by SUPs, but the distinction is, and this is what I actually heard from folks that were testifying in Austin last year or whatever, was essentially you've now taken an R1 home and you've turned it into a business. So when you turn it into a short-term rental, it is no longer a residential home, it is a business. So you are now dropping businesses in residential communities that are zoned as R1s. So in fact, we are already now letting people operate businesses in residential only. And so I've heard, and that was some of the dialogue. Now, the one that we approved today, she's maintaining that residential status of her home and she's living in it, but only letting somebody come in at part-time versus removing it from the market of a residential home and using it exclusively for the purposes of business. It's kind of like if I wanted to start making cookies, could I bake them out of my home and still use my home? Yes. But could I now turn my home, not being my home anymore, and turn it into a bakery in the middle of a residence? And we would likely not allow that. So that's the dialogue I think that we need to have. But that's the distinction is we are now allowing on a supplemental use purpose, somebody to essentially, in some cases, rezone that property because we're letting them use it as a business in a residence. And so that's where, and you're talking to the person that pushed for us to do them, and you're talking to a person who actually needs to do one and is now not going to be able to. I'm actually ordinancing myself out of money probably, but we have to look at the big picture. So that's the distinction. Whereas in the downtown square, if it's on the second, the reason it's not there now is we didn't want merchant properties to turn into more. But if we're putting it on a second floor, then that's a distinction. But now it's still a business in a business district.
Yeah.
And that's fully utilizing a building.
Yes.
Right.
So it's to
That's
its
a
highest
great-
and best use.
Highest
is
and
you-
best use.
that's
That's what I'm all about.
Yep.
Again, it's going, think about it this way. You know, we have, and we talked earlier about, you know, business owners maybe not putting the money into the buildings. And from what I've heard, the rent that a lot of them are getting doesn't justify the investment, right? Well, you add an upstairs, all of a sudden, you don't need as much rent from the
Could be
people
rent in some
downstairs,
cases.
right? So you can
Right, just
afford
raise the
to
rent.
invest in upkeep of your building, because you're not totally relying on that one business there.
Yeah, I think your idea is good, Troy.
So
Thoughts?
just in keeping to the topic of the dialogue, one of the things that was brought up on the first SUP that was denied because the tenants, the applicants weren't here, is there are certain parts of town that are R1 that maybe an Airbnb isn't necessarily the best choice. It's not like the one, it's over by the schools, there's really not any tourism in that area, there's really, you know, is there a reason to put it there? Where we have all the Airbnbs along Texas Drive, we have a lot of them along Bernard Street. So this is where, George, you were saying, when we look at R1s, right now by state law, any R1 could have an Airbnb, like a short-term rental, however you wanna call it. Do we wanna look at ways to say Airbnbs are allowed in these sections of R1, and then we need to look at rezoning certain sections of town to take them out of R1 to prevent Airbnbs there?
Well, yeah, I
Or
think
do
we
you
need
wanna
to,
leave everything as is and we just?
Geez,
I
love
think
that
we just say
idea.
what we want to end up with. And that, so if we say, here's what we want the end to look like, then we give the end goal and y'all figure out legally what we can do to make that happen. Because I don't necessarily know, yeah.
Troy and I
Yeah.
will sit down, we will figure it out.
Because the other balance that we have to consider is we keep hearing about affordable housing, affordable housing. It ain't coming with new homes. It's the new homes aren't going to be where the affordable housing comes from. The affordable housing is going to come from when people who own these smaller homes
Yeah.
move into these new homes, and we have a market that actually isn't so underserved, like that you can turn around and charge $2,500 for an 1,100 square foot house. So, but as those rental properties are, when one renter is moving, they're not being backfilled, they're not being opened back up to the rental market, they're being turned into a business. So that's the other thing that we have to look about that is we keep talking about what are we doing about affordable housing? And we're looking at that through the lens of the developers that are coming in. But truly our strongest lever to pull for affordable housing is ensuring that we keep rental properties on the market, and that they're not being just taken off of the market for the purposes of converting them to businesses. So would we let if 15 houses came open right now and they all came to us and said, hey, I want to turn it into a bakery, I want to turn it into a garage, I want to turn it into, we wouldn't say yes to that because we'd say, no, this is zoned as a home in a neighborhood and we need to preserve our neighborhoods. And this is, we're not going to get people to come in and create homes that we can sell for $80,000. Those days are out the window.
Long gone.
Way out the window. So what can we do? We can try to make sure that there are actually homes that can be rented, or homeowners actually sell their home to the next homeowner instead of keeping it as their business property for short-term rental purposes. That's how we're going to open up the market for homes for kids coming back from college, and you trying to hire employees and them needing to be able to afford to live somewhere in town.
And they just live with me.
Yeah, that too. So when do we need to get our, like, here's my envision, and you get that from all of us. When would it be, when do you need it by in order to massage plan?
So Jody and I talked, I need to get her stuff for publication by the 27th.
Okay.
So if we can have everything here sometime early next week, then you and I can sit down
Okay.
and make a plan,
We can do that.
okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Council, will you consider the consent agenda as one item and approve all three?
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0. All right. Staff reports. Jim, are you still here?
We got some alone.
Thanks for rescuing my chair the other day, Jim.
Yes, sir.
I
You told me
appreciate
to
it.
walk it.
This chair needs to be rescued, you got screw out and two.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, screw loose there.
I've been staring at it all day. I thought I might have hit, but I couldn't find the screwdriver.
I don't really have anything to add. Well, I do actually. So we hired that kid and he backed out on us. He got 2 other offers, one from the county, one from the school district. And so he went with the school district. He told me it was more money. So, but since then I interviewed another candidate that has experience and he should be starting Monday. So
Fantastic.
county away from you.
Yeah, we got better benefits.
Did the other gentleman share the salary difference?
Did not. Yes. I ask a question? It says here 23 streetlights have been reported, Texas, New Mexico. Does that include the streetlights at Heritage Park? Or who is
That's county.
Inside the park,
inside the
that's
park?
gonna be the county.
Yeah, that's the county property. They're like.
It does include the one at the entrance, though.
Only question I had, but at least I had one, right?
Jim, we're glad to see that we got all the sidewalks,
Yeah.
procured,
Super cool.
all that stuff handled, so we're good to go forward. I was real pleased to see
They
that.
should be starting on the one up near the intersection any day now, weather permitting.
Great. Look forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
I had heard from somebody that our TxDOT representative told her that TxDOT had already approved a light at Live Oak and 67 and that the city had declined it. Is there any,
Never heard of that.
No,
okay,
I actually requested one there.
yeah, that was my recollection. So I'm going to, I will get that person's name and see if we can escalate it and confirm. I'll get with you on it,
Yeah.
yeah. Cause that's my next concern area.
And I saw the Bernard Street sidewalk. It said review a draft sometime this week.
He said probably by Thursday, so hopefully we'll have a plan set to look at.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Any update on the pump at site 2? Is that close to being,
No, there's,
are we anywhere near it?
I don't think they submitted anything to TCQ yet. But the other project, we got TCQ approval on that one. And it should be going out for bids, I think, in the next publication of the reporter.
Anything else?
Wonderful, thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Chief Martin? Right. Questions?
I don't have one.
You don't have any more questions?
I used all my questions up already. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Hope we can drag it out 55 more minutes on your Whataburger breakfast.
Never heard that opinion.
Oh,
Okay, anything? You got any good news for us?
Same stuff.
All right, thank you
Yes,
for
sir.
being
Sir,
here.
we appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll skip building and planning tonight. Come on, Larry, tell us what we need to know.
I think it speaks all on the report.
I do have one question, because I've seen it asked a couple of times. Do we have anything happening with Rock Ridge Estate besides it just sitting there looking?
Yeah, when we've been having some discussions, Jim and I, on where it's going, there is a builder in their building. He has currently, the first house he finished is sold already. The second one he's finished hasn't quite sold. The third one is under construction about, he just had his insulation inspection today and the slab is there. He has 2 more coming in. So they'll be continued 2 at a time. He's going to continue to build in the city. So we should be seeing either this month or early next month, we'll see 2 more house permits in there. And the other owner that was sold to is got their lots posted right now. So they're trying to move those lots.
Okay, and what about the project formerly referred to as Phase 2?
Yeah, that one, I think we're gonna have to go after an abatement on that. Troy and I haven't talked about this yet, but I think we're gonna have to involve our city attorney. And we're just gonna have to go after it. We've given Brian Barnes plenty of time with his partner to get these things under order. Phase 1 was never accepted. Phase 2 never even got off the ground very far.
Right.
So we need to either he cleans up the unit or he comes with a new project that's going to go in there immediately.
Can we, is there a way that we can say it needs to be restored, not, because it was green and luscious and grass and now it's dirt?
Yeah, I had no
Right?
idea what it looked like
I
before I
mean,
got
can
here.
you-
Well, no, I'm just saying, is there any way we can say, hey, worst case scenario, you got a sod.
Plant 300
And that, once again,
Well, we can go out.
we need to explore that option.
Yeah.
I think that we're at the point right now
Put some
that we
grass
feel
down.
that we need to do something about it.
Yeah.
There is activity up there, but it's not Brian Barnes doing it. It's the builders that he sold to.
Right.
Unfortunately, I kind of inherited that mess, but we've been working on it, just not moving anymore. We were getting movement.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, he stalled out. Now, I'll be meeting with one of the persons that speaks for him that we communicate through to get to Brian. He'll be at a meeting with us tomorrow.
Sounds like the king.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, are there no
When we
penalties
talk-
for
when we talk
abandoning
to
a
that
project?
spokesman tomorrow, I will be sending that message free and clear to him that we need to move.
There's no penalties for abandoning a project?
If they'd had performance bonds, we would have been already seizing the performance bond and cleaning it up or building it the roads ourselves. But there were no performance bonds on it, was there, Jim? That would be
Letter
fine.
of credit from the bank.
A letter of credit from the bank. Didn't do any good, did it?
Yeah, if we can just pull all levers, because obviously it's not gonna be the lovely cedar forest it was before. But just leveling mounds of dirt, I don't think constitutes good. I mean, that doesn't seem good enough. And the people who have to drive by that, the people who conduct business.
There are
it's-
rules around abandoned
Yeah.
projects.
Yeah.
There, we have some little bit of teeth in that, but if we go for this, we're going to have our attorney process the orders, and we'll have to go forward, and it's gonna be expensive. And we need to either seize the property to pay that bill or whatever.
Code enforcement and fines, and are there I mean, like we were talking about, you send a letter out if somebody's grass is high, what if they don't mow it? I mean, is there a
We
penalty
mow
or
it.
a fee? Y'all
We mow it and we put a lien on the property to get billed for it.
Okay, so the property over that was brought up recently, like over by, I think Spanish Oaks.
Spanish Oak, she's cut the grass, but there's a second notice going out to her for the abatement of all of the exposed junk that's in those carport looking things. So what we're doing is gonna ask her to screen it or remove it. Okay, because it's visible. I think there's a backstory to that I don't think I want to bring out in public, but there was discussion from a lady about the person that does the complaining, but it's not for public view.
And then you had talked about, what did you call them? It says buildings that we've discussed that
Oh, substandard structure.
substandard structure.
We're, right now, I'm working with Christie to see if we can squeeze out some time to go around and take at least a study of the ones we want so we can get an estimate on what it's gonna cost. There's probably at least 10, possibly more, that are unsalvageable. They need to come down. Some need to be boarded temporarily until they fix it, and we need to put a timeline on that fix. So that it's a lot of work to get it done. If we can get a code enforcement officer in there, Troy and I have discussed maybe using Veritas. They have code enforcement officers that work all over the state. They're certified, and maybe temporarily using them so that we can clean up some of the stuff we want to get to that we just don't have enough personnel. So we're talking about how we do that and how we'd fund it.
Do we need to approve funding to use Veritas for a project like this?
Not necessarily additional funding. I'm negotiating with them right now to discuss what pricing would be like per inspection and how that would work. We have some funds that are from code enforcement that were for an extra employee that hasn't been employed. Now, some of that's been absorbed by overtime for Christie, but the rest of that money is probably still in our budget. And we might be able to move some budget money around to just cover it for the rest of the year. That'll get us through the summer.
Thank you.
I didn't see anything, Larry, on Grumps here. I know they're redoing their kitchen.
They're not, Grumps has not had to pull a lot of permits. There's a couple of permits they needed to pull because it was already a restaurant. And they are very close right now. They're planning to open before the end of the month.
But they don't have a CO yet.
Not yet. They're close. They're close.
All right,
They had
thanks.
to get the health inspector. Any questions on animal control? Okay.
I got a question for you on code compliance stuff. A couple of, over the months, a couple of items that were open and then all of a sudden showed closed. But when I drive by the property, it doesn't look like they should have been closed because they're still.
Right, you're talking about,
I'm just referring to some areas that have grass as high as my waist, if not higher. And of course, we've had a lot of rain, so I mean, I understand some of this, but.
cut my grass every week. It's coming back.
But I
up as
see
fast
they've been
as it
closed, but yet nothing's changed on the property.
Are we talking about just high weeds?
Yes. it's true.
Okay, because I didn't know if you had another one. I'd have to ask Christie to see where they
One
stand.
one of them was one I brought to your attention a while back, and nothing was ever done on it, and it was closed out. But we'll sidebar on it.
Yeah. If you can, get back to me on,
Yeah,
we'll
we'll talk about it.
specifically look at it. Anything
Thank you,
else?
sir.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
So much going on.
Convention Administration Bureau,
Good.
visit Glenrose.
Thank you. Oh, my toes are little ice cubes. Hello, council. Stuart, so nice to see you there. It's so cool. Okay, so we're so excited. The Biloxi Music Festival was amazing. We're still kind of getting those final numbers and all that stuff for you. I think Troy's going to speak a little bit about it, but I think overall it was just a really wonderful event. And I just, thank God that he carved out that good weather for us, because it surely could have been absolutely a disaster with rain. So that was just kind of a little miracle. But I just want to thank everybody for all their efforts on that. It was truly a team effort, and I'm so proud of the city for doing that. I think that's just the first thing I'm going to say to lead into how it really showed when you highlight something like that on the town square and through all the data that I'm gathering right now, really most of our visitors are going to hit the downtown area. So anytime we can do a spotlight on the downtown and shout that out to social media, it's going to put eyes on Glenrose, and that's just a great thing. So the Facebook campaign from the last 28 days, which is basically the time frame we had to promote the festival, I mean, it was just astronomical how the numbers went berserk from my standpoint. Our link clicks increased by 464% because we were promoting something, something for people to come to. Our post impressions were surged by 72%. We had like 185,000 impressions, like on ads, on posts, on whatever, like people were just kind of clicking. This sounds small, 344 new followers, but 344 new followers in 28 days for a small town page that just started is pretty awesome. That's actually a 70% increase in the last 28 days. Just Facebook visits to the page, just going to visit Glenrose, Texas, it's up by 262% just because of that, I think, of that festival. So anyway.
So what I'm hearing is the county did us a favor.
I think that the Lord works in mysterious ways. And his ways are perfect.
When you go into there.
I think it all works out, somehow. And to that, to that point, I think it probably was a hard thing for them to have to deal with. And it's never easy to talk to people that are disappointed in something that had to be canceled. And so that's kind of, I do have empathy for being in that situation. I surely wouldn't want to be in it. So I'm sad that had to happen for them, but I'm glad that we could do something, So anyway, what I found from all of that was that the physical results from all that Facebook stuff really helped me validate what I'm doing on social media. So it's one thing to say all these numbers and people are clicking, but when you saw everybody come downtown for it and everybody showed up and people bought tickets and people were dancing in the street. That was really nice to see because it showed me that it actually, you know, came true. Wasn't just in the air throwing money at Meta, you know. Okay, so that was amazing.
Hey Rita, can I make one comment and ask one question?
Sure.
First off, love the inclusion of volunteers. Hey, you get a free ticket, you come volunteer. Brilliant way to gather resources. But then also now we had our own advocates because it was people who are here, who live here, who work here, who live here, who were then engaging with people. So love that. And all the volunteers were so happy to be volunteering. So that was wonderful. Second, so my world, we call it a postmortem, right? I don't know what the right term is here.
After action
Yes.
report.
Okay, after
Yeah,
action
yeah.
report. There we go.
Yeah.
So you do a project and you're running 90 nothing, then you do your project, and then it's always the next thing to come up and you run to that thing. But I think this is going to be something really important. Is there postmortem planned already? And if so, or if not, whenever it is, can I please get invited?
Yeah, really.
Well, we've already
Post-
had, we've had, you know, a couple of mini postmortems, you know, because obviously we have to all regroup, and it was just, you know, it was exhausting. Honestly, a lot of it was a lot of brain power and a lot of physical manpower, and like I said, volunteers. So, I think we probably will. I don't know. That's a Troy question maybe, but,
Yeah, so I would say we have to, because here's why. Because we have to do it again, because it's going to be killer.
Mhm.
We have to do it again. And so we got to learn what was great, and we got to learn what we need to do differently.
Definitely.
And we have to do it sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Because later you have the aftershine effect where you remember all the great and you kind of forget about the, oh crap, I forgot to do this.
Oh, yeah.
But we have to do it because we have to do this again, and we have to do more of these in different vignettes or different ways, but we can still take what we learned from this and apply it because
Oh,
super
yeah.
stoked. Yeah.
100%.
And I would, and to tag on to that, I would make sure to include your volunteers that were all
Yeah.
here. Because they're the ones that heard the voice of the people,
yes.
you know,
Yeah.
so you want to get their feedback
Yeah.
Yes.
to make it even more
What
successful.
were the questions people were asking that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Our
totally,
volunteers
yeah.
were amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, you know, TJ was amazing. I mean, she really showed up.
She ran.
And I just think like little things like all the visual things, like people feel appreciated when they've got their special volunteer t-shirt, they've got their volunteer lanyard. It just, I don't know, those kinds of things to me just is it's just kind of that little extra step that to me is worth the spend, because it's just, you can't really quantify that sentiment. They'll always remember they did that. It was such a cool event, you know, whatever, et cetera. So it was awesome. And I hope we'll do a postmortem. That's what my mother-in-law says too. In her British
But it's
accent.
probably a way, you know, funner set version of saying that, more upbeat way.
We'll regroup.
I know that still to me is.
Let me see. So, okay, just getting into little facts. Hotel occupancy, according to my numbers, we're up 8%. I mean, we're still up 16,000 from last year right now. If the trend continues, I should be up 8% through, because I mean, I'm hitting May to September. So according to the numbers I have, it would seem that by the time I reach the end of the fiscal year, I should be up 8% from last year. So if we can sustain it. I spoke to several hoteliers and asked them, hey, how was your occupancy the last, for May? And most everyone was like 47, Country Woods was 57. JC personally called me to tell me, hey, I just wanted to let you know that even with all this rain, like we've been sustaining. So just letting you know, it's okay. You're doing okay. He's really good to tell me the truth and let me know, hey, because he's called me before and said, you got to do something. It's really slow right now. But when I passed his hotel this morning, I was like, wow, your parking lot was full. He told me tonight, he's like, yeah, I'm like, 80% right now. So, also though, I talked to a couple of hoteliers, the Baymont and La Quinta, and I think they're benefiting from the work being done on the 67. So they're getting some workers doing rooms. So it's just kind of interesting how when something else isn't filling it up, something, somehow just gets provided for. It's a kind of cool thing. Let me see. So I'm onboarding a company called Meltwater. And what they do is give me access to an amazing resource of regional journalists. I really believe, and I can reach out to them independently. So the idea is that I can get people writing about Glen Rose. I can invite specific writers that I think have publications that are relevant. Their readers would be interested in a place like Glen Rose. Use those articles, take quotes, wrap them around, make new blogs, put those on the website, et cetera. You can kind of, all kinds of ways you can use stuff like that. But really just start inviting individuals. Come to Glen Rose. Come visit Glen Rose. Come to our 4th of July. Come to the Wine Fest. These are the kind of like hospitality things that I think it's time to do for Glen Rose, because you can talk a lot about Glen Rose, but we all know when you come, it's when you get that experience, when you get that real. So I think it's worth it to start hosting people that we think might have that impact, not just like social media influencers, but journalists who are constantly putting out, they're writing about the small town, the best cities, this and that, and just having access to them, I think is really valuable. So that's happening. Today I secured a booth for the Dallas Travel Show coming up next year. And this was a really important decision that I had to make, the past couple of days, because, we were a no-show for this show this year. We just didn't show. We had an empty table. It was sad. It was unfortunate. So this time I really think, and I tried to get money back, all that stuff's a different conversation, but I secured a booth in the Texas area, and I also secured one of their only 6 slots for a 30-minute presentation.
Wow.
So we can showcase Glen Rose. So I cannot wait to put together a video thing, use original music, just by the time March rolls around, I'm just going to have this tight presentation of how we've kind of reinvented this brand of Glen Rose. Our cowboy dinosaur, which I'll give credit to Troy to give me that idea when I first came on and said, what's Glen Rose? It's cowboys and dinosaurs. And the idea is that eventually, even though our locals may get tired of it, the idea is, when you see Mickey Mouse ears, Disney. So when we see that cowboy riding that dinosaur, we want people to think Glen Rose, and so that's why you continue to see that in all the different applications of what we're doing. And anytime there's a reason for me to change up the cowboy dinosaur design, I'm going to do it. And it's advertising, even if it's a local event. When we have locals going all over Granbury, going wherever, and they're wearing our T-shirts, that's advertising for us.
I had people make the comment that you took advantage of everything you possibly could on that Glen Rose shirt. Because even like with the pick being like, like the guitar pick being in the back, I mean, it was brilliant. So,
I'm working with some really great designer people that get what I'm trying to do. And so it's been like, here's for 4th of July. We've got them on the dinosaur. We've got our dinosaurs, American dinosaur. And then she's going to add a little bit to go to Glen Rose up there. But, that's just, I was told that 4th of July is a big thing here. So I want anytime I can get that branding going. So I think that's really all I have. And then of course we're launching our Summer in Glen Rose campaign. So we've got several, a new flight of ads going out that are all about coming to Glen Rose for the summertime.
I love it.
That's all I think I have today. Any questions or anything?
Thank you, Rita.
Hold on.
Pam.
It's not concerning occupancy, is it? Okay, go ahead then.
Actually, it's just a request. In your budget, there's basically 2 really large line items. One was like other expenses and one was uncategorized expenses. There's a lot of money there. That we need to probably start breaking that down a little bit and showing.
Those happened.
Yeah. Okay.
We did on
Yep.
Okay.
last month. Yeah, they happened. We just didn't know because we didn't have Rita. So we did the best we could. And
No,
but
at least for the reporting, so that publicly we see how much is going to social media, how much is going to these writers, how much is this. Yeah, just a better breakdown. It wasn't on the report packet, I love.
And I got a lodging meeting next Wednesday, so I'll be appointing a hotel advisory. Yes,
So Rita,
yes.
you know, I love your enthusiasm. I think you do a great job. And here's the but. I like to read things and I'd like to see it in the packet, if you could at all.
Oh.
I know you've got a lot of things kind of going and cooking. And I love data. It's kind of my jam.
Yep.
Where'd Demetra go? But I would like to see kind of those statistics on that Facebook thing. You know, it's going this way, it's going this way.
Oh, yeah. You want me just to print them out for you?
Wherever, I'd love to have it, but
Sure.
maybe I'm the only one. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, I can always just print that out and you can see it.
No,
and-
just in our
Oh, in the
packet, just
packet.
just kind of where it is and like, all right, because I know you're doing a great job, but I know that a lot of other people kind of read the packet and they see stuff, you know, and they go, oh, hey, look,
That's just
the
my
chart's
bad,
going
that-
this way. you
Yeah,
know,
that's
and
just
we,
my
we
bad.
want to be able
So
to
you're
promote
talking
it.
about like a trend report?
Yeah.
I like that.
Anything and everything.
Anything and everything.
You
You're
mean
doing a
like
great
for the
job.
next so for the next meeting, just put it in the.
Probably like the
agenda
Thursday
thing
before
or
you need to get it to Stacy and she'll slap it in the packet.
We talked about the advisory, we'll help her get a report together for you guys, thank you too.
That's awesome.
And we'll help get her there.
Because we just want to have data to brag about.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We
like
got-
really,
yeah,
that's
All
awesome.
those numbers were just data I just printed out.
Yeah,
I can definitely give it to you.
thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Secretary, do you have anything for us?
I do not have anything, I think everything was business as usual as best as I can remember.
So
Knock on wood.
I have one question.
Oh,
No, I'm sorry. On our 291 of the packet, it doesn't have the entire 2021, 22, 22, 23 fiscal year. We're tracking like year-to-date numbers and comparing it onto the thing. So
Yes.
we should have like all
I've got
12
it,
months.
it's just not on that sheet.
Okay.
I have it.
Perfect.
It's above it, but I just made it that bottom part here.
I'd love to see it. Is that what this other trend line is?
Yes.
That one?
yeah, I think there's a year to date and then a year.
That's this problem?
Yeah, I have both. That's what
Thank you.
We only have 12 minutes left.
Stacy, can we turn this thing on?
You're gonna get your letter.
30 minutes.
I will make you a breakfast burrito if we don't take that long. I got
We'll be right over.
Let's do it.
I got-
Breakfast burrito and a cigar.
I got
That
fresh
sounds
corned
awesome.
eggs in my car. I know.
Thanks.
All right, let's get going.
All right. Joe,
So-
there you go.
Look, so I have the numbers, if we can get this thing up, on expense. All right, so I don't have this screen up, so I'm gonna pass it around. This is the sales tax numbers. Here's your pretty graph.
Thank you.
So we are up basically $100,000 year to date over last year.
Gee.
Last year was a record. We came in at 1.955. So we should be over 2 million this year, hopefully 2.3 on the current trends that we're on. We've kind of flattened out the last couple of months, which is a little bit disconcerting, just because we shot out of a cannon in the last, 2 months and then the first 3 months. So, and that's why I want to be proactive and do the buy it here. And, the question becomes, have we flatlined as a city? I mean, have we maxed out? We hit our ceiling. We do have new things coming on. Whataburger's just getting going. We got a Starbucks coming. Grump's coming. We have McDonald's coming. So we have all these things, right? So
Love McDonald's.
You know, so we will get some bumps, but, you know, can we positively impact that even more by getting more people to buy locally? I think we can. Even if all we did was gas up in Glen Rose. It could say, instead of buy it in Glen Rose, gas up in Glen Rose, right? So anyway, but here's the numbers. These aren't all the numbers on the music festival. And so a couple things I want to say about that. Number one, what do you like?
It's Candace's fault.
Oh my
I'm sorry, George.
I got a whooping in fourth grade sometime because of this. Sorry.
Okay. Anyway,
Can you move that up, Stacy?
do what?
Yes, you can move it up.
Look, I'll say this about the festival. I mean, you got to remember it changed even on Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Because initially, half of it was going to be in Heritage Park. And because the river was out of control, why are you laughing so much?
I'm sorry.
You know, we moved it that afternoon. So logistically, we could have done a lot better had we not moved it, right? So there are some things about it. Also, even the expenses, like, I will say this and follow this trail. I made a call on a Burleson business in their downtown area. I ate at a restaurant. I invited the restaurant owner to come out to Glen Rose. He has yet to come out, but he was very interested. I went across the street to a place called the Lumberyard, just knocked on a door, and that ended up getting me an introduction to Derek and Bill. Derek and Bill are the gentlemen who found us music for $29,000 that honestly, any one of these three talents could have gotten $30,000 by themselves. So, you know, the reason I say that is we never know where we meet people that can end up coming full circle. And now I want to tell you, so in Burleson that weekend, Burleson, he said, Bill's very involved, spent 3 times what we spent, didn't get any good talent, and didn't get half the number of people that we got. So as a result of that, these guys want to invest here. They want to be here. So, you know, I fully think that we're going to get something out of it, an entertainment venue, you know, maybe a lumberyard, a different version of that. But I think we're going to see some tangible results. So we'll see, but that's what I think. But we spent $65,000. We got $32,000 in revenue coming back in. This does not include obviously, we don't have sales tax numbers and we can't see the increases. Just anecdotally, and we talked about, you know, her same time 2 years ago, and you say you were twice that amount for the same day. We know 3Bs sold more this year than last year, where they were the only seller of alcohol, and we were 8 hours shorter, so they sold $1,000 more. I talked to Oakdale. We know Oakdale had a great show out now. You know, 25 people that came with wristbands, not bad. You know, Bowline was up 25%. Got to take that with a grain of salt. We know Blackie, we don't have numbers from Blackie's, but, you know, we heard from La Vida that they had a great second night, again, when they were proactive and put the tables out.
Yep.
I thought that was a great touch for them. Even using the checkerboard tablecloths, you know, just
The mentality of it.
absolutely.
Outdoors,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
having food, there's some
Absolutely.
music. It's awesome. It's like you're in Paris.
I have no doubt that we broke even with the
Oh, for
downstream
sure.
impacts. I saw places that I walked into that were busier than I've ever seen them before. I saw lights on in stores on the square
Oh, yeah.
because they were open and people were shopping, and
Yeah.
that was,
There were still
Shocking.
boutiques open at 10 o'clock.
yes,
when it
that's,
closed.
I mean, I
And there
saw,
were people walking in and out.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the
Yeah.
same company told me, she's like, I wish you guys would do this every weekend.
Yeah, it was
I'm sure.
amazing.
I was like, wow.
So I hate that we can't capture the direct, like, we're never gonna be able to have a capture of identifying everything that happened.
Mhm.
But then that doesn't include how many people are gonna come back because they came this time and they're gonna come back again. And they're gonna tell somebody to come back again. And so I am positive that in the long run, we broke even, if not more. And I think that we've set ourselves up for
Oh,
huge
I do
success in the
too.
future.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the goodwill locally,
Mhm.
this was a locally attended event, right? We didn't have enough time to market to a lot of the out of town locations, you know, like the Cleburnes or even Fort Worth, that maybe we could draw with more time to put into it. And I think we also learned about which businesses would benefit, right? So Sexton's would have had a great night, you know, the second night, but they did well for the whole weekend. The only one that didn't do as well was Whiskey Woods, and they didn't have music, so we talked to them, but they were very supportive of this concept, right? So maybe had they had music, and again, it's that idea that you're highlighting the whole town, where you can go, the Blackies, the Bull Lions, the Sexton, Whiskey Woods, you know,
And
maybe
on the river
Riverhouse Grill, and on the river. So Snyder's,
Snyder's.
yeah, so.
Oh, we had a blast. We had the best drinks.
It is. So honestly,
They were
because of the.
Best in town.
Best in
Honestly,
town.
because of the rain, really what people talked about was the fact that it was on the square. The
Yes.
stage was in the square.
It really made the walkabout
Mhm.
town
It did.
better.
Yeah, it did.
It really did.
It did.
I
It
mean,
highlighted everything about the town square.
and I'm gonna just say this, please don't take offense to what I'm getting ready to say. Okay? Keeping my mouth shut. Last year, when the county ran the festival at Biloxi, Park, the Heritage, the River Float, et cetera, a weekend that we had normally been doing $2,000 in revenue on one evening, we did 500. This weekend, as you said, we doubled our numbers.
Wow.
So getting people moving around town
Mhm.
was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
love
this
that.
is not a reflection of anything that they did wrong, it's just, it was different.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah,
I love that.
Look, and you know, I think when we look at how this festival was, and again, it was a locally attended event. To me, that was nice to see. I'm not from here. I haven't been here that long. I grew up in a small town, so, you know, to me, being able to see people that lived here show up for an event, have a great time.
Mhm.
We didn't have any issues, you know, it was awesome, right? And, you know, it's great to market to other people, but I've always kind of like, why can't we get more local people to these events? Or what kind of events? And you look at going to like a Sexton's versus other types of venues, and you definitely see more locals in Sexton. So is it always because it's a younger crowd? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's just they like seeing other locals, right?
Mhm.
But in this case, I think the talent obviously brought people out. So I think the postmortem still yet to be looked at, but I think that can help us with the Wine Fest. I think that can help us at Christmas, the Christmas event. And I think we can put other events in there. I still hope that someday we can have some events at Heritage Park. And I hope there's a pedestrian bridge that goes across there.
We're gonna get it.
And then we get that back and forth between the town. Look, that is, it's a game changer for our town. So that's still the dream. And I wanted that to highlight, you know, the fact of what it could be, right? If you incorporate it, you blend the town square and Heritage Park together. I mean, it's
Mhm.
amazing.
That helps us go
Mhm.
from the square to downtown.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
gonna be
Yeah.
one of those things that helps us transition from the thing at the square to the thing downtown. But this was a great business case use to show that when we try to create events that are intentional about creating mobility through the town, walkability through the town, people respond to it and it works. So,
I'd like to be the part of that.
Yeah.
More,
Yeah.
at least I think the major venues,
Mhm.
Sexton,
I agree.
Oakdale,
mhm.
the ones that really kind of bought into
Yeah.
being a venue that work on the posters
Yeah.
would be good in that postmortem too.
And sets a precedent, you know, it's a test
It does.
run, it's a test of the emergency mechanism, but it's only a test. We still have to make sure we live up to that, because when you come up with something like that, you can't go backwards and go, okay,
No, I just think that, again, my only statement is the involvement of the businesses in town, not just the square, but the involvement of the greater picture, I think made it so much better for the entire community.
It elevated it for sure. It was neat. Very, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is a method to this madness. And that is when we think about, things like sales tax and we think about things like property tax and the shift that's going on in our state from property tax to sales tax. And you look at where the revenue of Glen Rose, Texas comes from, we are a tourist town. So being that we are a tourist town, how do we maximize every event? How do we maximize for sales tax every square piece of land? To me, with that road up there is a cash register. This is an untapped thing, and I think this festival showed. To me, the Eclipse that's what every weekend should look like. This event is what every event should look like. So that's the goal, right? I do have to really thank our staff and everybody on our staff. And it was awesome. And it was all hands on deck. Everybody participated. These guys were great. Buck, you were great. Organized security, kept us safe. Appreciate it. You guys were awesome. Veronica, for a new person, is just knocking it out of the park. And, we are gonna get there. We're not there today, but we're gonna get there. And that is, being a team. And the team that performs under pressure, we're gonna get there. So, anyway, that's all I got for today. So, any questions?
How much was the stage?
Well, the big stage was included in the 29,000.
Okay.
So we didn't have to
Can
pay
you
a
scroll
separate
up, because
price.
you can't see
Sure.
half of it.
That
Sorry,
stage was
somebody
a
told
$10,000
me-
to $12,000 item too.
Somebody told me it was $1 million, so I told them I would check that.
Nice.
You can't believe some of
Now
those
you can
folks.
see the small stage was 3,200. So you look at that, it was about half the size of the other one.
So you look at the big expenses,
It's that
obviously,
package, yeah.
the talent plus the stage at 29. That is just incredible.
That was the stage and the
Yeah.
town and, okay.
Yeah. The setting
And
up,
the setting
yeah.
up.
Yeah.
That's so
And
cheap.
then, let's see, that's it.
That's incredible.
Are there things that we probably wouldn't do next time? Probably, yeah. We didn't necessarily have to have that second stage, but again, remember, they were gonna be in two different
That's right.
places.
Right.
Which was the reason we had the smaller stage that was gonna be at Heritage Park.
But then you also find out that the large entertainment coming in Friday night, Saturday night, they don't want that stage used during the day because they're setting up, they're getting their sound checks. So we had to bring the other stage over here.
Well,
So things that just kind of,
it made my front row seat a lot easier to get because everybody's over here and I'm over here still in my seat.
learned a lot, we learned
We did.
but I think for
Learned
such a short
a
time,
lot.
it was kind of amazing that more things didn't.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, it was pretty amazing. Okay, so that's all I got. I do think that
Agreed.
we need to put some
Agreed.
effort behind the Wine Fest, and make that an amazing event. And so how do we apply the lessons that we learned and really kind of,
Well, the
Put some
big key
effort
there
behind
is
that.
it's independent of the city, but they could use the financial assistance, they could use the volunteers. We haven't done that in the past. We've never I don't think we've given them any
Yes,
money.
we've given them a grant money before.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
that
go
was-
with it, but it's like 1,000.
Yeah, they're
Because
nonprofit.
that's
They're-
what they donate money basically.
That's right.
Yeah, so we can't give them.
And they get.
But we
Well,
can help
did
them, but
under
we
the
can-
grant program, but we can't anymore.
Yeah, because
But we
they-
can also take our
We do
postmortem
it
and we
differently.
can take our postmortem and we can create we can help support other folks who want to do events by taking the learnings that we have and creating here's what you need to know about an event. And we can actually help them learn. So the things we've learned from this, we can help share with
Well-
other events. So there's all kinds of ways we
There's
can help.
nothing that says that we can't do our own music
Right.
that happens to be at the
Right.
same weekend
That's right.
that the Wine Fest is. And so, we're not directly giving them money, we're just putting on music.
Right.
So, there are things that we can do to help out.
Because
Right.
we're benefiting from the output of that event, from the effectiveness of that event. And just like this, it's important that whoever's putting the thing on, people aren't saying, I'm going to the such and such event that this person, they're going to the event in Glen Rose. So everything that happens in this city is reflective on us. So the more we can do to help ensure that it is a positive perspective that people get when they come, that we have to have our hands in it when we can. Because we're gonna get the good or the bad that comes from it. So we
Well,
can't
here's
let
the
something
thing.
just fall apart.
I've never seen that many people in Blackies
Yeah.
in my 8 months here.
Yeah.
So, they were packed.
It's an
So-
Indiana.
Those are the things I think that if what comes out of this is that Blackies maybe, they decide, hey, we saw what it could look like. We're gonna put a little bit more money into, the restaurant. Maybe a Bull Lion does that, maybe some of the others. Then I think that's a positive thing. Last thing, on Rhythm and Books, there are 2 sets of lights. One faces the courthouse, one Bernard. Everybody drive by, walk by, but those are 2 different brightness levels of lights. And we need to kind of figure out what's gonna be more appropriate. So please go by and let me know what you think.
And if you happen to participate and come to the music festival, you would have seen how dark it was on our square, even with all the lights and the staging. It was dark. We need these lights, so go by, take a look. You're gonna like this.
Are those lights gonna be on all the time, or are they gonna turn off like at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock?
Turn off, right? I think they.
I mean, surely they won't turn off at
Do they
6 when
stay
everybody
on?
goes home.
Yeah, I think they're dusted on. I mean, that could be changed.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a test, so
Yeah, I was just asking, when we do put them all up, is it gonna be all night long thing or go off at midnight, or we
I
could
would
set that
imagine
how
they
we
go
want
off
to set
at
it?
like midnight. We haven't gotten to that point
Gotcha.
yet.
But we have the capability to schedule it.
Correct.
Cool.
Yeah,
And just refresh me, are they LED lights, so for colors or something if needed?
LED.
If we want to
Hey,
change
here's the
it,
statement.
we have to-
Everybody is digging the water tower.
Yes.
To the point that I read something online where it said the water tower should have its own Facebook page so that we know why
What
it's a
the color
certain
is.
color.
Oh,
Which I thought,
I
I
love that.
love that.
I love that.
That is awesome.
We need to get a high school intern. We get a high school intern that gets to volunteer to put that on. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's in Iowa.
Yeah.
We still gotta end this meeting. Thank you, Troy.
Idea for
Thank you. Anyone within the council have any comments, anything you'd like to say?
Thank y'all.
Just want to remind everybody that the text dot meeting for the bypass is Tuesday, June 25 at the Expo from 5 to 7 p.m.
So
5 to 7 Tuesday.
that conflicts with our meeting.
I'll switch meetings. You want me to do another one?
So we just don't show up to this one?
Just have to cancel it.
Okay.
Reschedule it.
Can we go to a Thursday of that same week?
Thursdays are booked for me, so not that that needs to be any reason to not do it. I'm just letting you know.
We talked about Wednesday, right? Wednesday, maybe? Wednesday?
Wednesday?
I could do a Wednesday.
We will move,
Wednesdays or y'all?
we're Wednesdays, but we could, you guys have granted us the ability to hold it in the Motor City building. We could have our meeting over at,
CVB?
Could you change your date though, so that you're not having people that want us to vote? So that'd be my only fear is if on the same night, you have to pick which meeting you're attending again. You can't live stream meetings.
And I like to watch the video.
They will
We'll be sharing them, I'll send email you.
Okay, I have one last thing to say. Take some time to call TJ on Friday. Just say, hey, thanks. She does so much for this place, not just the council, the Lions Club, her church, a lot of things. Secondly, Troy touched on it, but I want to expound just a bit. From the people that were writing checks to these talent, to the porta potties, to Jim's group, buying, I mean, we had to run to Home Depot and buy fencing to put up. And we had to go get a generator that Larry helped with that no one else could do. There were so many elements and components that brought this together that everyone from our billing clerk on up touched this thing in some way. Some more than others, obviously, but I want to tell you, that really came together, and I was so proud of so many people that just kicked ass to get it done.
Hey,
So
and a
thank
shout out to Lupita. I
Yes.
mean, she
Oh, well, she was
managed
just-
that inflow of people.
Adjourn. 10:49.
Wait, Tori, Stacy.
Careful.
Dude, I gotta get everybody out of here.